Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to my Jrhalloween 2 special marathon. Yeah, it's still Halloween. It's definitely not November 9th. It is absolutely Halloween still. Everybody look at your calendars. If it doesn't say October 31st, 2019, your calendar might be wrong. Yes, tonight we are back with Corpse Party Blood Drive. We are some indeterminate amount of the way through chapter 5, and we're gonna jump in and it's gonna be great. The text takes so long to pop up. It does. There's about I want to say a 20-second or so delay between when you say what you say and when I see it on my end, which consequently goes the other way too. What I'm saying right now, you're actually hearing 20 seconds after I said it, which is kind of a weird thing. Okay, so we just got away from the psychos out here. Guess I don't want to go that way. I still heard the music, the bad music. The music that means I'm screwed. Alright, so we're trying to get... Oh, we go to the pump room because we're looking for Ayumi, right? And then we're going to swap over to Satoshi, Naomi, and Kulon. And they hear Ayumi, but we know it's not really Ayumi. Yeah, it's just the broadcast delay. I can turn that down, but I think it makes the stream quality look like notably worse. Maybe it doesn't. I'll play around with that sometime when it's a game that I don't care if it looks really particularly good. Like if it's just like a multiplayer thing for the night. So I get the sense that we're not supposed to go there at all. Since I can go this way, let's go find Yoshiki. I would love to never find Panface again. In fact, I hope we never see her again, but we will. Probably a little too much. The door to the pump room is wide open, but there's nothing of note. Where's Yoshiki? Damn, it's still a hole. Lexi, good. I was starting to get nervous. You've missed absolutely nothing. We literally just started again, right back where we were last night. I thought I'd be clever and try to find Yoshiki, but alas, earwax. He's not here. Well, usually. Okay, so... Right, we already heard all this. And now Kulon's gonna go into the room. And this time I'm gonna listen to her. Hey! I think you're the first person who's, like, actively gotten that. Like, I'm sure people have understood that, but you're the only one that's ever, like, acknowledged it. I appreciate that. We're gonna trust her this time. Oh, no, it's Panface. Oh, Stacy. Look, you summoned her. You told me to find her, and I found her. The light from the classroom shone into the hallway, lightly casting my shadow across the floor. And there, right by it, another smaller shadow appeared as well, swinging an axe at me. Oh, God, she's just coming at me. I immediately instinctively ducked. Good man. She's trying. She's trying. Lexi, nobody can take your place. You are all unique viewers and all very important to me and my enjoyment of streaming. I know you were just like messing with her a little bit. But I do love that all my viewers are just like here and hanging out and enjoying it, and it's super great. We were both frozen in fear by what had just occurred. Yep, she was fine this time. But then out popped Kuno-sensei from the depths of the classroom, who, with shocking strength, grabbed our arms in her hands and ran like the wind.
Sensei! とにかく離れるの! 走って!
I think we're in the hallway or the stairwell leading up to the second floor east side.
Sensei.
Yikes, there are some shots being fired in chat right now.
心配しないで。悪意の塊が見せた嘘。幻覚だったわ。本当に?
Really, Naomi?
だから安心して。とにかく二人とも無事でよかった。
Her face was covered in sweat and she was clearly exhausted, but she still managed to smile at us reassuringly. In spite of this, however, her hands were shaking violently, belying her composure. Naomi squeezed Kuno-sensei's hand sympathetically. No worries at all. And so do we. And Naomi has all of her limbs still. The hell? Spooky, my phone just lit up for no reason. As she said this, Naomi hugged Kuno-sensei. That can't be good. Ariel International Junior High student teacher Sukegawa Tomoka bled out after falling from the top of the stairs and cutting forehead on end of railing. Ugh. I think I don't see that. I'm getting better. Ah, I ran into it. I saw it. I literally saw it, and then I didn't react in time. I have the reaction time of a snail. Mino the Agricultural Class 1-1, Akazawa Mei. Bled out from amputation of all limbs. That's useful. Still nothing over there. I legit have the reaction time of a snail. It's so bad and slow. You're gonna be pan-faced for Halloween next year? Oh my god. You know, I gotta tell you, the game, I had a great thing I was gonna do, but the game's not gonna let me. I can't interact with OBS, my streaming software, without the game shutting off. Like its sound, it freezes. And there's no setting to stop that, so I can't mess with OBS without the game betraying me doing that. I was gonna put a little picture of her on the webcam behind me and just toggle it on and off once in a while, but you'd know every time because the game would get like silent in the middle of a song like this. It would do that. And then it would come back and it would be like super obvious. So I want you to know that we had similar ideas of how we could use pan face to creep people out. Why can't I get in the other side of this room? That's odd. Ah, shit. Ah. I don't want to waste the talisman on him if I can avoid it. Damn. I've done it before with No, just like turn it on like over here and just say nothing about it and just pretend she's not there. And just like wait for somebody to notice it. I did get banged up a little bit. Let's go ahead and heal. I think that worked, right? Yes. Cool, Satoshi and Naomi. Oh. Oh God.
先生、これは。ええ、行きましょう。はい。
Oh, they got him? Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
白崎。白崎。すまねえ。よしき。この。
Yo, damn! Satoshi pulling out the moves! Hot damn, look at you!
よしき、大丈夫か？岸沼くん！岸沼！サトシ、なんでお前？中島に先生まで。
I know, that's so sweet! She better appreciate him.
言ったろ。何も言わずに行かれた方が辛いって。ひどいぞ、よしき。
Hey, admonish him later. How about deal with the creepy girl behind him?
そうだな。そうだよな。すまねえ。まったく。俺はな、お前が困っているなら必ず駆けつける。あんまり人のこと見くびるなよ。
Dude, you know what? I gave Satoshi a bad rap in the beginning of the first game. He's a total bro too. What a good dude.
ほんと、おめえはよ。
2 out of 3 men in the main cast are like great characters. Good stuff. The third one was Morishige. We all know how he turned out. We'd reached a mutual understanding, and as a show of good faith and friendship, we fist bumped on it. Because they're bros. How about deal with her? How about cool and exercise her? That'd be great. But then Azusa began to moan. Who is Azusa?
それにしても、これはどういう状況だ？篠崎は。すまねえ。途中まで一緒だったが、はぐれちまった。
You're right. How do we get that to work? His last name, Brochida, instead of Mochida. There it is.
プールで曲がりってやつに大事なもん取られちまってな。篠崎に待ってろって言って取り返しに行ったんだが。
But she didn't.
結局、そいつを見失っちまって、急いで戻ったんだけどよ。篠崎もいなくなってた。ちょっと、なんで委員長を一人にしたの？
Hey, hey, hey.
仕方ねえだろ。取られたもん取り返さないと俺たちは帰れなくなるんだからよ。よしき、それなら心配ない。クオン先生が持っている石で帰れる。俺たちはそれを使ってここに来たんだからな。何？マジかよそれ。本当よ、岸沼くん。だから一緒に篠崎さんを探しましょう。
Are we just gonna pretend? I mean, I guess Azus is like a little catatonic right now, so. Oh, no.
この子はもう国家仕掛けているわ。かわいそうだけど。
There it is.
もう何もできない。逃げましょう。はい。
We're just going to leave her roaming around. We're not going to do anything about it. Oh, that was the end of the chapter. Oh, well, shit. I would have finished it last night if I'd realized. Was that like a surprisingly short chapter? Ah, look at that. Tomokazu Sugita. Alright, well that's silly. I should have just finished the chapter last night. I didn't realize. Well, how would I have realized? That was a really short chapter though, actually. Damn. Alright, cool. Hey, real quick, I do want to see... I want to see what they write about... There it is. The remains of someone skinned by Sachiko, acting purely on impulse in accordance with his true nature. After Sachiko's ousting, he acts on behalf of a darkening-stricken Azusa. There it is. Takai Azusa, who are you? A sophomore at St. Cruz High School, goes to Heavenly Host with Dawn and her friends, but succumbs to the darkening. Due to the hidden power she holds within her, she operates under the banner of Maratuba's tomb, bearing its secondary right of success. Oh, I bet we meet her in one of the EX chapters. Got it. Alright, well, cool. Good, I'm glad. Well, let's ride that that momentum right into chapter 6. Blood Drive Chapter 6, Book of Shadows. But the second game, Book of Shadows, had a chapter called Blood Drive in it. Hi, Amy. Maybe. Yo, alright. Isn't Takai one of the witch names? Perhaps? I don't actually know. Why should you do that, Amy? The world is about to end. Help me has been carved into the cubby wall over and over, seemingly with a nearby nail. I'm digging this music. This is cool. It almost looks like someone was forcefully shoved inside one of the shoe cubbies here. There's blood and hair everywhere, and the sides are lined with scratches and scuff marks. Ugh. Carved up human remains, slotted piece by piece. I was really just looking for batteries or something, but I guess not. Let's go this way. It's so hard to see around that corner sometimes. Did the clock tower just go off again? This is very unlike any other song we've ever heard in Course Party. Nothing? Okay. That electronic, like... There's a sound. That electronic build-up in the song... it makes me feel like something in the game is building up. Like there's an electronic source that's like gaining power around me. And then I start worrying about what's coming at me. I mean, obviously... Oh, okay, maybe not. I forgot I was on the wrong side of the school for the clock tower. What? Oh, I can't... Man, it's this. If this wasn't in the game, it would be easier to see. But it is, and I really am bad at finding those around those corners. And probably none of these are going to open. Cool, alright. So nothing in here. I serve no purpose in coming over here. Or up here, rather. That's okay. I did manage to impale myself on a tripwire, though. That's great. That. Oh, yeah. Well, now we have to wonder, what the hell does Misto actually want out of us doing this? Oh, no. It's the Yuka chapter. Oh, no. Or at least she's the one whose face is ascribed to this chapter. Ah. Oh! Fuck, it's him. It's Axeman. He's just out here. Okay. Oh, there's more. Oh, there's lots. Oh, goody. The Argus Cube began reacting to something. Yeah, great. This sounds good. Let's go ahead and play around in here with all these things. Can they come in here? I see that tripwire, by the way. Okay, seems like they can't go through doors. What the hell? Ah! I'm garbage at seeing those damn tripwires. I'm so bad at it. Hey, when the music gets loud, is it like too loud compared to my voice? Are you losing me in the game a little bit? Doesn't seem like it's too bad. Remember when they threw the piano at Haruyuki or whatever happened in chapter 2? Alright, well clearly this wasn't the answer. Please don't be standing there. Please, 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 please. Oh. I guess they're gone. Ow, I walked right into it. Volume's good? Okay, thank you. Hinagaoka Girls High, Class 3-3, Yura Meiko. Pushed from great height by friend who succumbed to the darkening. It's good? Awesome, thank you. Chase you till you've died. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so we don't want to go in there. I mean, obviously I can tell where the game's trying to lead me right now. But I do want to see what's around here, if anything. Oh. This is another just normal hiding spot now. Okay. You know, the fact that this has been blocked off the whole damn game and it's not connected at all is quite annoying. Or makes getting around quite annoying. East Kawaki Middle Class 2 for Shibuya Erika. Head split open by axe or axe-like implement. Ugh. I don't know if it's a question I'll be able to answer for you, but hair grows quickly? Alright, yeah, we're totally fine. Aye. Alright, well, you know what? I don't think we really need to be in here. There's no way you saw me around that corner. Absolutely no way. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. So it's not line of sight, then it's proximity, I guess. Or something stupid like that. And now we're safe. I really didn't want to waste that talisman. That's okay. Now that I did, we'll go get this name tag back here. Or at least get something for our efforts. Hinagaoka Girls High Faculty, Otsuka Yoshihiro. Decapitated with sharp blade. What did this say? Graduation speeches. Oh, yeah, we read that the other day. Or yesterday, rather. Alright, don't walk into the glass. Okay, so I think the room back in the back on the first floor has a thing in it. Well, while I'm over here, let me see if I can even go into the clock tower. Because the clock tower might be chiming because the Axeman is running around. Nope, I can totally go in here. The bell is too loud to bear. You cannot proceed any further. Alright, never mind then. There is no purpose to going in there. They do. They look like more normally proportioned, I guess. Whereas the sprites are made to look like more chibi and cute. Alright, well, obvious location I need to go to is back here. We have not been in here yet, I don't think. Koraku Yanagiya High, Class 3-1, Suzuki Tetsuya. Suffered heart attack. Seems to be something inside the cabinet, but the door is sealed shut. Attempts to open it suggest that it's not even a real door, it's just a model. Heh. Well, what's the purpose of that? There's a burned rat inside this heater. Yikes. Can I... Is there another door? Can I crawl through something? Alright, let's get our stamina back. We're going to need it to run from this guy. I didn't even realize your comment about I shed like a Saint Bernard. That is a very... what's the word? It's a very impressive description. What? That's not true. I wasn't even close to his axe. You saw that. We're already succumbing to darkening a little bit. Stream went by so fast. Last night I woke up at like midnight and then all of a sudden it was 4 a.m. I felt like it was just flying by too. Slowly remove the cloth covering the object. What I found beneath it was, by all appearances, just an ordinary mirror. Nothing but my own reflection stared back at me. But also, there's nothing behind you. Uh-oh. Oh. Is this like some Harry Potter mirror stuff? Oh, no. Pan face. Pan face. She's behind you, girl. Stared into the glass dumbfounded as a shadowy figure in a black dress and a frying pan smashed face appeared right behind me, shrouded in an eerie mist. Duck. Duck. Duck, stupid. The figure held a hatchet in her right hand and was raising it into the air to strike. Step away from the mirror. Oh, I didn't do shit. Okay, well, I deserve that. My neck split open from the phantom impact and blood spurted out. Do I need an item then? Maybe I don't have everything I need for this. From the corner of my eye, I could see Sachi in the mirror. Sorry, pan face in the mirror, swinging her hatchet down again. Despite my best efforts, I couldn't move a muscle to dodge. She continued to hack me again and again. Whenever the hatchet struck me in the mirror, my wounds grew bigger in reality. This was most definitely not an illusion. In the next instant, my vision spun 360 degrees, my head corkscrewing closer and closer to the floor. I heard and felt a loud thud followed by a painful roll until I finally came to rest. I now had a perfect view of the ceiling. From behind me, I could hear the sound of blood gushing into the air from the gaping hole above my neck. I only had a few seconds of sight left before my consciousness would fade completely. And in those seconds, my sight was already beginning to blur. But just as the darkness was beginning to set in, someone approached my head, crouching down beside it and stared directly into my failing eyes. It was Nakashima, drenched in blood with a satisfied look on her face. Why? I tried with every ounce of will left in my body to get out even just that single word. But there would never be any movement or sound from any part of me ever again. And what was to be my very last moment of life, Nakashima's face removed itself from my line of vision, and then briefly I saw her shoe coming toward me. There was a spinning sensation for a split second, and then finally, unceremoniously, I was gone. Yeah. Okay. So, damn. What do I do? My options were to step back, shake her off, or use an item. I don't have an item to use. Am I downstairs or upstairs? What room is this? This is upstairs. And I know for a fact there's no point in going upstairs now. Okay. Yeah, that crunch is pretty telling. What do I have? Perhaps I could use the Argus Cube on her? Otherwise, I just have a talisman, battery, and bandage, which are all consumable items. I don't think the talisman's going to do shit to her. So basically, I'm just going to have to try stuff. What do you think the most likely solution is here? Do we shake her off? We've had pretty good luck dodging her so far. Both Kuon and Satoshi have been able to dodge her completely. So she's not as dexterous as she probably means to be. We could try to dodge her. I guess we could try to use the Argus Cube on her, but that's all that I would have to use. Or I'm missing an item from somewhere. Or we could... What was it? I think that's step back, or shake her off is probably dodge her. Step back I don't think would do anything. That probably just gets me killed. So whatever I see in chat first is what I'll try. Unless I see nothing by the time the prompt comes up, in which case I'll just do it. I'll try using the Argus Cube on her if I don't see another suggestion. Try stepping away? Okay, we'll do that. Well, nothing happened. We died. Alright. I am... Do I have a soft reset? No. Okay. Now that does happen a lot faster when I skip through it. So that's not so bad. Alright. We learned. Now I'll try shaking her off, I think. Ah, walked right into it. I bet stepping away doesn't, or shaking her off doesn't do anything either. Just if I had to hazard a guess, but let's find out for sure because I'm very skeptical that the Argus Cube is going to do anything. We'll try shaking her off. And pan face. Great. Oh, this is worse because now we get to see her sad face as she gets killed. Alright, well. Alright, so I need to use an item on her. I'm pretty sure I've already explored the entire east wing that I can reach right now. Which means if the Argus Cube doesn't work on her, I don't know what the hell to do. Unless there's an item in the back of the room that I didn't pick up, but I'm relatively certain. Well, hang on. Oh, I can't even walk over there. Okay, never mind. There's a burned rat in that heater, too. Yeah, okay. No, that's not what I meant to do. Okay, so I'll try using the Argus Cube on her. Because that's all I have to use. I don't think bandages. Maybe the talisman if the cube doesn't work, but those are my literal only guesses. And pan face. My reflection, moving independently, held her hand toward the mirror as if to say, "Give it here." Half on instinct and half on pure supposition, I motioned like I was handing the Argus Cube to this other me. Suddenly something fell out of my hand onto the floor with a substantial clang. I bent down to look a little more closely at it and found it to be a crystal glimmering with purple light. And as with the other pillar crystals, this light was emanating from within the stone itself. There was no mistaking it. Base. So we literally just got, we just found the mirror of Irased. It showed me the thing I wanted or what? It showed me it gave me the thing I wanted most when I didn't want to use it. That was it. The fifth pillar is the base. It's the mirror pillar, which sees through everything. I glanced back up in the mirror, and again, as anticipated, Panface was no longer visible. Only I was reflected. But just then... Oh boy. The nearby window began to rattle and groan. Please run, Ayumi. Don't be stupid. Maybe Panface just wants a friend. Maybe I just want to exercise her and send her back to hell. God, could you be friends with that thing? And from the corner of my eyes, I could see several black crows fly past outside. Time to run, Ayumi. When I turned to look, I found the number to be well more than expected. It was nothing but crows, as far as the eye could see. Ah, ha, 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 ha. In the very center of a dark, mostly empty room. Yikes! Shots fired in chat. Hello, emergency, shots fired in the chat, Jrhalloween 2 chat, shots fired, man down, send backup. Shut up, that's not funny. In the very center of a dark, mostly empty room, I patiently sat on a sofa with legs crossed. I must have looked like the king of darkness, you edgy wannabe. With a smug grin on my face and a glass of fine red wine in hand, my goblet, if you will.
歩みが六芒星を完成させるまであと少しか
Clean up on aisle, boo-hoo. Pull the stone from my own pocket. It was the same design as the Argus Cube I'd given to Ayumi, though it had a different glow to it.
お守りなんかじゃねえ。これでずっとアーガスしてるんだよ。歩み。
なんで気づかねえかな。
Ayumi is incredibly gullible. I do. I see it with most of my friend groups that I'm aware of, and relationship is so toxic. Like this one, like Misto and Ayumi. Wannabe Seto Kaiba looking ass.
さてと、それじゃあ宴の準備を始めるとするか。俺のブックオブシャドウズの受け皿を仕上げないとな。
ゆかち、なんなのここ。さつきちゃん、私から離れちゃダメだよ。離れたらもう会えなくなっちゃう。
Yeah, you know who I'd want to put all of my trust and faith in when I came to Heavenly Host? Yuka. No, wrong way. Shit. I can't point at her. Yuka. That's who I'd want to trust with my life.
へえ、そんなのやだよ。ゆかち、うちらずっと一緒でしょ。
Oh boy.
お待たせ、ゆかちゃん。
ずいぶん長いしっこだったね。何してたの？
Being evil and throwing wine glasses.
お兄ちゃんはどこですか？
Why is she so quiet?
どうも見失ってしまったようだ。行こう、ゆかちゃん。一緒にお兄ちゃんを探せる。
Hey, Yuka. You remember last time somebody in this exact same place told you, let's go find your big brother together? Nope, guess you don't. God, you're dumb and gullible. And gullible and dumb. And Satsuki is not, and I appreciate her.
ゆかち、こいつ絶対怪しいよ。気を許しちゃダメだよ。
How is she the only one that realizes this? God, I hate you. There was no response to her call. You've tried once. Are you really gonna give up already?
ゆかち、大丈夫だよ。兄くん、きっと見つかるって。
Satsuki, thank you.
ねえ、ここ何なわけ？どんな手品使ったの？一度気を失ったんだけど、私ら。
It's true. It's true. I think in this group, all the brains are with Satsuki.
あんたさ、うさんくさいっつうか、なんか企んでるオーラ出まくり。
Why would you say that? If he's really evil, then why would you play your hand that early? Why does she have a rabbit with like crossbones under it on her dress? Satsuki's tone was harsh. It felt forced, even though it felt forced enough that I could tell there was some modicum of anxiety behind it.
こんな廃校に連れ込んで、ひどいことする気じゃないでしょうね。
I just kept my mouth shut. There was no point in saying anything. Oh, I am Misto still. Okay. Let's get the best Seto Kaiba voice I can do. I just kept my mouth shut. There was no point in saying anything. This person wasn't even worth the effort. It behooved me to just keep walking and hope she'd shut up. No. Oh god, we can be Misto right now? Oh, that's weird. What an odd group. Oh, really? Thank you, Lexi. Alright, well, I don't want to be Yuko. We'll be Satsuki because she's smart. Alright, so we can't go outside. Oscar worthy. Aw, thank you. Oh, wait. We've already searched in there. Let's try somewhere else. I'm gonna go for the edgy anime voice as long as I can with this guy. bring potato chips?
さつきちゃん ああ、ごめん。なんかエネルギー切れちゃってさ。ゆかちも食べる？ゆかは大丈夫。いつも不思議に思うんだけど、どこにポテチしまってるの？あたしのスカートの中には常に各種のポテチが想定されてるのさ。おすすめは幸せのバター味。
That was like as close as I ever want this game to get to ASMRing me ever again. Much mystery, very well. Bitch brought a snack. Yuka seemed to be scared. Sorry, forgot who I was for a second. Yuka seemed to be scared out of her gourd when we arrived, but if nothing else, this Sasuke girl's weird behavior seemed to have broken her out of her shell a little. Oh good, the clown music's back. From somewhere in the distance, we could hear an upbeat, almost carnival-esque tune playing very loudly. The sound of which was accompanied by the crunch of Satsuki's potato chips, which he was still busily chomping away at. Christ, this is so loud. It's... My audio, my in-game audio never is set at a stagnant level so consistently as it is right now. Sorry, this is so goddamn loud. What? Yuka, what? What? Is it really gonna stay? Oh god. Hold on, that's just too obnoxious. I've got to turn that down. Finally learned how to pronounce my name. Well, I mean, there was pretty much only... Remind me to turn this back up when the goddamn circus music goes away. East Kawaki Middle Class 2-4, Totsuka Yuta. How's this? Is it like... Is it too loud compared to my voice? Can you still hear me okay? Ultimately succumbed to fatigue after breaking both arms from push down the stairs. I mean, there's probably an obvious place that this damn song is leading me. The sadly unmistakable and all too familiar sound of flesh being crushed is clearly audible from the other side of the door. The room seems to have already been consumed. It is awful, but yeah, okay, cool. When it goes away, I'll turn the volume back to normal. I think I'm just gonna go to the gym and hope that that's where I'm supposed to go. How come Satsuki hasn't reacted to, like, the dead bodies at all? Is she secretly a psychopath? Traps are a good sign we're going the right way. There was nothing but a gaping hole in the middle of the channel.
ねえ、サトシ君いないじゃん。本当にここにいるの？ここどこ？
I made sure it didn't show on my face, but I was not happy with this twerp one bit. Yuko, what? Ah! Oh my god. またまたご冗談を。珍しいね、ゆかちが怪談話だなんて。 Why the hell is Yuka so damn quiet compared to everybody else? Not that I really want to hear her whining, but so far she actually seems to be fairly, like, level-headed. Is there a purpose to being in here? I thought maybe coming here would make the goddamn music stop. Oh. This is something I'm okay not hearing. Oh, thank fuck. Alright. Hang on, I'm gonna fix the audio again then. Alright. Circus music is done, I think.
この廃校超やばいんじゃないの？
Is Misto about to kick her in?
ちょっと力入れただけで崩れちゃいそうだよ。ここ相当ボロいっしょ。
Satsuki, it was nice knowing you. She was really trying my patience. I began positioning myself behind her, very slowly.
ミストさん、お兄ちゃん、ここにもいないみたいです。
わかった。次へ行こうか。
Oh, good. She's not dead yet. You know what is dead, though? The goddamn circus music. Oh. God, that's delightful silence.
少し疲れたみたいだね。大丈夫？水でも飲むかい？ゆかちゃん。
Is it drugged? You gonna knock her out?
私もらうわ。
So aggressive.
よく飲むな。
やっと口聞いたね、あたしと。ポテチで塩分取りすぎるからちゃんと水も飲めってお母さんがいつもうるさくてさ。
は
お母さん。お前の家はいい両親か？
さあね、放任主義イコール自由の提供って意味ならいい親なんじゃない？
That's an incredibly, that one single sentence is an incredibly interesting topic of discussion, actually.
そうか。
Stop ASMRing me. Why does she keep doing that? Specifically, Satsuki keeps doing that.
捨てとけって。
男だろ。つうか自分から手を出して殻を受け取ろうとするぐらいの
I can see how she would be really annoying.
ゆかち。
I'm glad she didn't Sparta kick. He didn't Sparta kick her down the hole, though.
聞いてなかったでしょ。
Alright, so we're looking for Satoshi, but we're not going to find him. If I were Satoshi, where would I be? I would be with Yoshiki, and I would be upstairs where we found everybody. Oh, God. Alright. Infernal Communion. That one I give full credit to Lexi on. She keeps, like, drinking. Ah! I saw it. I saw it at the last second. Damn. Whoa! Shit! There's no longer a presence here. Hello, who are you? Hinata High, Class 2-7, Narita Fudo, scalded by boiling water. Ugh. There's a face burned into the screen and it looks astoundingly alive, like it could start moving at any moment. A dark mist is seeping out from under the cracks all along the sliding door open. It seems like a very bad idea. Alright. I'll check now that it's not so miserable in here with the damn clown music. I'll search around the other rooms that we haven't searched in. I think my being told to search for Satoshi is actually trying to send me to the room on the second floor that they were in. How you usually watch streams, huh? I guess that's a very good question. I kind of vary on my end, actually, like, depending on where I am. I used to watch them on my Chromecast, like, up on the television, which made chatting much more difficult, but sometimes it was easier. Stop moving and you die. Satsuki, don't stop moving, you might die. Streaming it on my PS4, also watching it on my phone so it's easier to type. Oh, that's awesome of you. Jesus Christ. Again. Can we go out to the... There are Sons of Angry Spirits? No. Okay. I used to watch stuff on the PS4. Oh boy, I made it through. A fair amount as well, Twitch-wise. Can we go in this room still? Okay. Looking for wires. Yuka's tiny. Can she go in here? No, of course not. Why would she be able to? And this room has never been open. It's really weird that this room has never been open. Except I think it was that one time when we found the crazy ghost spirit that was chasing us down. Hello? Wait a second. I know. There it is. There it is. It's like I know there's a door into this room. This is Ayumi's starting room. Never mind. We're not playing as Yuka. That noise alone was enough to make me not play as Yuka. Sobutai Junior High Class 3A. Nagano Emi. Spilled highly acidic chemicals on head. The single black moth floating in the cabinet. I hate moths. Moths are extremely gross to me. Oh, where's the Ayumi candle? I was gonna heal friggin' Yuka. I can't see the wires. I can never see the wires. Oh my god. Well, this was the room where we saved. Aha, I see you. I see you. Oh, that would pull down this cabinet on me. Aha, ha. But I saw it this time. This is where we saved Yoshiki from the other thing. So many people and things I have to respond to. Take your time here. There's no rush on this end. Is that a literal skull? Hinata High, Class 2-7, Nakajima Toshinari. Thoroughly crushed and disfigured. I think dismembered might be the word you're looking for. What on earth is that in reference to, Lexi? Ooh, talisman, that's useful. I think this party didn't have one of those either. Oh yeah, I can't go out that way. Oh, it's a fear of moths. They're just like gross and rubbery and they float around and like, ugh. Hang on. Shit. We didn't do a reference room. No, butterflies are pretty fun. I think it's just something about the texture or the ah. Oh my god. Butterflies themselves are fine. Oh lord, I'm just like killing my characters here. I guess that would make sense then, if I'm piecing together the proper definition of that term. Two for one. Takemori Trade School, Class 3C, Morimura Shigure. Bled out when stomach was sliced open. Alright, so there's not much up here. Where's a candle so I can go heal my characters? Wasn't there one? Where the hell are the candles? When was the last time I saved? Oh, you know what? There's one up on the third floor. There we go. Alright, however, I think that's our destination. Let's go check out at least the lab. The infirmary I don't think we can get into. Ah, shit! Wasted. Whatever. East Kawaki Middle School, Class 2-4, Shimamura Hiromi. Burned after clothes were set alight by burner in science lab. Yes, it is. Ew. There are centipedes, moths, and other insect samples strewn haphazardly throughout this cabinet. One bug is still wriggling even after all this time, despite being impaled. Shit, I knew it was there too. I'm terrible at, like, keeping my surroundings in mind in this game. I'm not used to being so careful walking over the floor still, I guess. It's like something you never had to even think about in the first two games. Alright, and I know we can't get into the other room. Let's go ahead and break this, though, just in case. And indeed, alright. Stutter step to save stamina. I do like how this, like, relatively goofy looking game actually does do a great job of like setting its tone so well. It does a really good job.
あれ、女子トイレだよね。ちょっと待っててよ。私、しっこ行ってくる。うん。漏れる。しっこしっこしっこ。
Misto. So he's gonna just kidnap Yuka and leave now?
ミストさんはどうしてここを知ってるんですか?
I'm amazed I haven't been killed more, honestly. I got, like, super stonewalled by Azusa and Kizami last night. But, other than that, I don't think I've been killed just by moving around the school yet. Or rather, beyond that.
知りたいかい? このネハントコアの入れ物、新ブックオブシャドウズの持ち主だからさ。
She's like, what the hell does that mean? Why does her dress look like it's breathing on her character model?
まだ予定だけどね。よしきー!
Satoshi! This art looks real weird.
お兄さんの声か。急いだ方が良さそうだ。
Well, that was easy.
ティッシュ持っててよかったよ。あれ？やめてよ。ゆかちどこ？
Oh, Satsuki's alone.
何？下行ったの？待ってゆかち！
Oh! Shit! The water bottle. Oh, Satsuki. Satsuki's throat began to convulse. She was no longer able to form words. She could only moan. Blood began flowing up through her esophagus and dribbling down her chin.
Gentle!
Yeah, big rip.
ああ、顎が割れちまったか。首も曲がってるな。まだ中学生なのに、かわいそうだな。
Oh.
隠しといてやるよ。今のお前は醜すぎて見るに耐えない。汚ねえ顔だ。
Yeah, but he's very active in his and his being evil. Morisuke was kind of a little unstable and kind of a creep, but this dude's just like an all-around, straight-up, just jackass. I took the pocket tissues from Satsuki's hand and placed 2 sheets over her face. They soaked through with blood almost immediately, turning practically invisible in the process.
もうおやすみ。どんなに生意気で無駄に抵抗する人間でも、死んでただの物体となった瞬間、静かで可愛い存在となる。
Maybe he's like the opposite Morisuke, because he doesn't see this as art or beauty. He sees this as like becoming a thing, but something that he can tolerate.
お前も可愛くなれるよ。
Big yikes. Her breathing became more and more erratic as her body rocked with convulsions. The last thing she'd hear before departing this mortal coil would likely be my footfalls as I walked down the stairs away from her. Yuka, you're an idiot. You let your friend die. Good job. You went down the wrong hallway. Why are you running like you're tired? You haven't even been running. Like I said, I would totally put my faith in Yuka if we were coming back to friggin' Heavenly Host. He does have a colorful vocabulary, though. Morisuke? Yeah, he does.
Yuka!
Nope. Are you stupid?
Mr. お兄ちゃんは死んだ。お兄ちゃんはね、残念ながら幸の呪いに勝てなかった。ほら、あそこを見なよ。
Oh, don't be fooled by that. Yuka, do you remember anything about last time? On the floor where I was pointing, there was a mass of organic matter. The only identifiable element remaining on this clump of meat were a tuft of black hair and tattered, bloody remains of what used to be a white shirt. He doesn't have black hair, though.
So それがお兄ちゃんだ。すまない。助けられなかった。最後まで君の名前を呼んでいたよ。
Alright, I get it.
ああ。ちなみに、さつきちゃんもいなくなったよ。
Shit! Just drop a bomb on her, why don't you?
俺がね、蹴り殺したんだ。ほら。
Hey, Yuka. Remember last time you trust somebody that you were in here with? This one even brought you here. Why did you trust this nutcase?
階段から蹴り落としたらよ。 顎がばっくり割れてさ、ヒューヒュー言ってたよ。あの荒くない中学生。
Whoa.
これだ。これだよ。俺が求めてたのは。さすが天神小機関車。霊力のオーラが半端ねえな。
どうしてこんなことするの？
She is the most useless character. Tell me you don't still believe him that's Satoshi at least. Like, him saying that should completely discredit his first comment.
そう。どうしてだろうな。ここに連れてきたのは、そうだな。お前には利用価値があるからだ。持田聡。てめえの妹。もらうぞ。あとはあゆみ、お前との共同作業を残すのみだ。
I'm not gonna say she deserves it, but she is really stupid.
最後の柱はどこにあるのかしら。
Shit. Almost dropped my controller on the floor. Is that a bell? There were no bells at Heavenly Host before. Oh. Could it have something to do with the final pillar? Perhaps you shouldn't go do that, huh? Just a thought. Oh, shit! I totally forgot that dude was out here. Bell sure sounds a lot closer now. Is it above me? Well, either way, we're gonna stop out here. Realize that he did almost kill me. He took off 3/4 of my health with that. Oh, we can move around in here now. Yep, we're glowing. Okay. Apparently when she turns you can't see it, but I wonder if we're glowing downstairs or if we're glowing upstairs. Let's try this way first. Tremendous spiritual presence at the bottom of the staircase. Countless lost souls are screaming in agony and despair. That's the core. 100% that's the core. Alright, so we go up to where Yoshikazu is. Oh, she's gonna see Yoshikazu! And then maybe realize something's weird. No, it did not. You know who did exist, though, but doesn't now? This guy you're about to see. Climbed a long, winding staircase that snaked its way up the wall of the tower. And I hugged those walls the whole time. The entire central area was wide open, with nothing but a rickety old guardrail between me and a very long fall. Panface's real name is Sachi. S-A-C-H-I. As I climbed higher and higher, the Argus Cube's light began to blink more and more intently. Suddenly, the bell toll rang out louder and clearer than before, with such intense, unavoidable force that I was completely frozen in my tracks and instantly in pain. The same sound had been heard multiple times since arriving in the Nirvana, but this was the first time it had been so overbearing. Even with fingers in my ears continued to pulsate, resonating with the incredible noise. The sound was just too all-encompassing to block out, present even when absent. I braced myself for the next toll, expecting it to be the end, but it didn't come. And though the ringing never quite left my ears, it did slowly begin to abate, if only slightly. Yes. I want to know if Otani Ikoe voices Sachi as well. There he is. React. No reaction? It's the body of Yanagihori Yoshikazu. In addition to being crucified, he's also had a stake driven through the back of his head. Why do you care? He tried to kill you. Sachiko! Sachiko! Could have sworn that was unmistakably the voice of Shinozaki Sachiko. That's just the explanation again. Alright. Whoa, that was weird. Did you see that? Did you see that animation? Hang on. I want to find something for Stacy real quick. Okay. Hey. Stacy, this is the voice actress who plays Pikachu doing the laugh that Shinozaki Sachiko does in one of the earlier games. Alright, back to it. Something written on it, but it's borderline illegible due to its terrible handwriting and very poor spelling. The best you can make out is... Key is hided. Mac them protected. Oh. I wonder if Panface wrote that. Mac them protected. I have to go all the way back down? Ugh. Can Sachiko just like reveal herself and like be my friend and help me? Never thought I'd want Sachiko to be my friend and help me. But I would love to see Sachiko again instead of... Oh, I said, Stacy, that link that I just posted right above your message in chat, that is the voice of Pikachu doing the Sachiko laugh from Book of Shadows, the most recent game in the series before this one. So if you want to hear that, it's super creepy. It's only like 25 seconds. Enjoy it, I guess, would be the thing to say, but... Make them protect it. Key is hidden. Make them protect it. Them seems like these guys. These axe-wielding nutcases. Oh, I can go in here now. Never mind, I could to begin with. Can I leave? That laugh is a no for me. Isn't it insane, though, that that's literally Pikachu? Okay, I'm not sure what to do. The key is hidden. Perhaps it's one of those rooms that I couldn't go back into before. Make them protect it. Seems to me to be these things. Nijima Academy High Class 2-4 Akachi Hiroko committed suicide to escape Red Helm. Is that his name? Red Helm? Red Helm. Huh. Excuse me. Nothing. Okay, I'm looking for a key. A hidden key protected by them. I'm gonna give Ayumi a chance to recover here before we go too far out and get chased by Red Helm. We have a name for him now. I'm assuming that's Red Helm. Seems like it. Protected by Red Helm. What? He got me on the backswing? I wonder if I had to interact with that to find what I need to find now. Maybe it's in the back of this room? Don't hit me. Okay. Go. As you say it, we were on the same page this time. It's the room that they were all guarding. I really can't afford to take any more damage right now. Like, he took a lot of health off me. I want to know something. If I use up all my stamina and then I go into this menu, do I get it back? No, I do not. So activating the save menu does not fix everything. That key wasn't there before. So I did have to interact with that and get the Sachiko saying Yoshikazu deal. I'm going to stutter step up these stairs because it'll be faster than walking, but it will be... yeah, it'll be faster than walking, slightly slower than running, but I'll be able to do it for longer. Thank you. I thought we were going to cut away and not get to see what's up here yet. Oh, Azusa. Where the hell are we? Did we cut away to someplace else, or...? Magari grabbed the now primal beast-like Azusa by the hair and pinned her down. That is literally what she said in Japanese, too. She said, Kono Bichi.
現世に連れ帰ったところでこれじゃうちの幹部になんてつけるわけないし。
Alright, so Magari knows her.
しんどくせえ。あ？
A tall shrine with a bell could be seen from the window, and from its peak there were 6 columns of light stretching upward.
歩み？ まさかあいつ本当に全部集めたんじゃ。バカか？
You didn't bother to explain anything to her, Magari. You just declared yourself her enemy. Oh. Fuck. At last I'd reached the top, and there it was, the 6th pillar in all its horrifying glory. It looked like some bizarre growth coming down from the roof, composed entirely of long-dead corpses. I observed it in horror, mouth agape, as a fluttering winged insect scraped up against my ear canal. All the corpses' necks had red, ceremonial-looking markings emblazoned upon them. This 6th and final pillar was the crown. And what a sight it was. Oh no, I guess it's just a fence post. I thought it was a skull. Yeah, big yikes. Doesn't this seem wrong to you, Ayumi? Doesn't something about the situation feel really wrong? I closed my eyes and reached out to try touching the markings on one of the corpse's necks. Explain it to her then. How can she trust you? She screamed. Misto leapt in from out of nowhere and snatched the water pillar crystal Mercy from Magari's chest before she had any idea what was happening. Yeah, I don't think I would be either, Stacy. Misto looked on in sick pleasure, sticking his tongue out playfully as Magari plummeted to certain doom. Satisfied, he then turned his attention toward the final pillar, which had just finished unsealing. Oh. The light began to shine even brighter. I could only watch stunned and squinting as this new spectacle unfurled before me. There was a powerful blast of wind, and then the pillar crumbled. Unbeknownst to me, the other pillars had crumbled as well. The entire school rumbled and shook beneath our feet. Suddenly, the entire nirvana was blanketed with impenetrable darkness. It's as if the whole place vanished, only to be replaced with an empty void. feel like we just hit a tipping point, everybody. A point of no return, maybe. I could sense that I was crouched on the ground, clutching my forehead. I slowly raised my line of sight up, the faintest hint of a glow catching my attention. Above me, I could see the sky, though it was muted, distorted and discolored as if being filtered through a warped purple veil. It looked a bit like the Aurora Borealis. A few moments passed in relative silence, only for the stillness to be broken by a sound echoing from the sky above. It was reminiscent of ice cracking on the surface of a lake. The scenery that lay before me was like something out of a dream. Even then, after everything I'd been through, I had a tough time believing it was real. Then there was another sound directly in front of me. I'd best describe it as a mass of metal collapsing to the ground. I turned my head down slightly and saw what looked like a piece of limestone with an eerie white glow. This was, I knew, the crystallized power of the final pillar. Crown obtained. I picked it up and almost immediately Misto tossed the stone he'd taken from Magari over to me.
Ayumi, 今までの結晶を全部出せ。
Oh, thank you.
全くはいらねえ。いいから早く出して全部合わせてみろ。
Yikes. There was too much at stake for me to dwell on this. Begrudgingly, as instructed, I took the other crystals out from my pocket and fit them all together into a single object. They snapped into place snugly and with one final bright light fused inseparably. The result was a more or less round crystal with a black sheen reminiscent of hematite. This, I would learn, was called Kabbalah Dogra. Kabbalah Dogra? And it was now complete. I'm afraid that might not be the case, Ayumi.
やったね。
Misto flashed me a wry smile, but then... Aiko! Her clothes had been burned in several spots, the skin underneath now black with ash or red with blood. Oh, this is literally straight out of Book of Shadows. This is a hallway from Book of Shadows. I leaned against the wall and smirked in spite of myself. Jesus, Eichel. I let myself slide down the wall until I was sitting. Then I stared out the window, defeated and alone.
お姉ちゃん、また会えるのは半年後くらいなんて言っちゃったっけ。これじゃ次いつ会えるか。会えないわよね。
I don't think that's true either, Aiko. I looked down at the floor and breathed a deep sigh.
なほちゃんとさやかちゃん、春雪くんのいるこの学校で運命を共に。それが私の定めなら受け入れるわ。
What did happen to Haruyuki? Yeah, that is Japanese you're hearing, Stacy. I am too, to be honest. I am a very slow reader. That's when I read things on my own. It takes way longer than for most people. I stood up and placed my hand on the infirmary door.
でも死ぬまで抗ってやるけれど。
There you go.
少しでも生き延びるわ。
When I opened the door, what I saw chilled me to my core. Huh? This looks like Shinozaki's... This was not a school infirmary. This was the clinic from Yoshie's home.
何これ。天神小学校じゃない。
There was a person sitting at the desk. Oh, that's very fair, Stacy, yeah. It's a little small on the screen, like smaller than it otherwise would be. Her face wasn't visible from the back, but her identity seemed clear. Shinozaki Yoshie, right?
間違いないわ。これ、水木まがりの横下スティオにあった篠崎義恵のせいか。診療所だわ。だとしたら、あれは篠崎義恵？
The nurse was writing something in presumably her journal and was so focused on this task that she remained oblivious of everything else around her. Or at least she seemed oblivious. If she did notice me, she didn't care. She just kept on writing. Yep, Yoshie. Also voiced by Otani Ikue, who plays Pikachu.
今はこうして幸子が涅槃を飲み込んでくれたからかりそめの平穏が訪れているが幸子が天寿を全うした後はどうなってしまうのだろうか。アナグラムの解析を進めるとこの本に書かれている術は全て実体の伴わない理論でしかなかった。成功例に関する文献も全く存在しない。私はなんと愚かなことをしてしまったのだろう。最初から成功しないものに心血を注いでいたなんて。
The Book of Shadows is a lie.
成功しない？ええ、あなたは成功しないものに救いを求めていたのよ。篠崎義恵自身がそう言っていたの？そんな、みんなが生き返るって聞いたから私のしたことって。
I began to shudder and my voice was going hoarse. Had I made the same mistake twice? Gone after a way to undo things only to make them far, far worse? Aiko could see how much this revelation was affecting me and bit her lip. She seemed like she'd finally succumbed to her own conscience.
私も本当は半信半疑というか信じていなかった。
Misto's been planning something with all this, though, and he's absolutely going to be able to do it. I think she just broke down the border between this place and the real world.
自分の欲望のためにあなたをここへ誘導した。あなた
You're not the only one.
いなくなった友達に会いたかったから、もう一度声が聞きたかったから。
Aiko's not such a bad person. Selfish a bit, but not bad the way Misto's about to prove himself to be. This was like a new Aiko. Bearing it all as opposed to hardening her heart like she always had. She wanted friends, and she'd finally made some. Now all she wanted to do was cherish them. Tears streamed down her cheeks faster than she could react to them. She quickly gave up on wiping them away, electing instead to look down and hide her face in her hands.
愛子さん。
ご苦労。
Before I even realized it, Misto had snatched the Kabbalah Dogra from my hand with calculated precision.
何をするの？
And now you finally, Ayumi, realize.
ご苦労、ご苦労。
あなた。
人なんぞ生き返らねえよ。常識で考えろ。頭ん中はお花畑か？
Misto's condemnation and contempt seemed to have an even greater effect on Aiko than me. Her face was racked with guilt and sadness. I was starting to share her expression, however, as the implications of his actions began to dawn on me. Poor Ayumi is so naive. I fell backward into a sitting position on the ground.
そもそもあの本はな、破壊が目的の本なんだよ。再生の書物ではない。本に認められれば強力な力が手に入る。それをてめえはなくしたと？たく、使えねえ女だな。だがそんなクズなてめえでも有効利用してやったんだ。感謝しな。これこそ魔女どもの英知の結晶。歩み、てめえが失った本の中身だ。これさえあれば。新しいブックオブシャドウズを作ることができるんだよ。
I really love his delivery. Misto inserted the Nirvana's crystal into the depression in his book.
側なんてものは所詮入れ物だ。じいさんの残したこの写本で。
A sharp tone rang out, and the entire area was quickly bathed in a contradictory light. Black as night, yet bright as the noonday sun.
来た来た来たー！涅槃が拡大するぞ！
何よ、あれ。
見ろよあれ、すげえだろ。
That's pretty damn cool. The sky had what looked like a giant gunshot in it, with spider-webbed cracks projecting outward from it, and the gunshot was now growing into a full-on gaping hole. And inside that hole, an upside-down view of the real world was clearly visible. It was nighttime, so everything was a little dark, but it was absolutely, identifiably the world we knew. And in that world, small, black, grain-like objects began emanating from the floating orb, clustering like locusts and dancing across the sky. Through the fissure in the sky, we could see nighttime scenery from the real world.
なんだよあれ。まさかここって。
驚いたね。どうやらこの場所は現世から空に見えていた黒い球体の内部みたいだね。
How is that a surprise? Didn't we all know that?
ってことは、現実世界に天神症がすでに現れていたってことですか。
そうなるね。恐ろしいことだわ。かろうじて両者を隔てていた壁がこのまま壊れてしまって、死後の空間と現世が融合しちゃったら。
Boy, the stakes just got so high.
世界がどんなことになるのか想像もつかない。あっちの金のある塔の方が光ってる。行こう先生。サトシ、岸沼も。ええ。
なあ。よしき、行くぞ。
よしき？
篠崎。どこ行っちまったんだよ。
You'd have to guess she's up there. Good man. Don't get
新
separated.
ブック・オブ・シャドウズ。この本で涅槃の力を得た俺は幸の力をも凌駕する。
Ooh, the power to surpass Panface?
だったらその力でサチを止めて。今も呪いを振りまいてるんでしょ。世界を救ってよ。それが結晶を集めた私たちの目的でしょ。
Of course not.
やだね。花からどうだっていいんだよ。世界もサチもくだらねえ。この本を作るためにお前を動かしたんだからよ。
やっぱり騙したのね。
About time you realized it.
うん、騙した。
I was clenching my fists so hard that my scrawny arms were quivering. Try as I might to think up a response, there were just no words for all this. All I could do was glare.
恨んだって構わねえぜ。だがもう手遅れだ。あの空のひびを見ろ。終わりの到来だ。現実世界は今ついに涅槃に侵食を許した。これで世界はじわじわと混沌に包まれて死の世界となる。楽しいぜ。みんな狂ってさ。篠崎あゆみ、お前はいい働きをした。お前がバカだったおかげで俺の望みが叶いそうだぜ。そういう意味では最高にイケてる死の女神といったところか。
腐りきってるこいつ。
Easy, Echo.
これで俺は
Echo, you're not gonna be able to do anything. He'll just kill you. Be smart. Live and, like, plan with us.
あなたの望みって何なの。
復讐に決まってんだろ。
On. Misto slowly turned around, revealing a startlingly cold and expressionless face. Yet even if his features had no depth, his eyes shone with an almost cartoonish malevolence. He had quite literally become an embodiment of pure evil. Ooh. From a spot in our real world that was clearly visible to us through the fissure in the sky, a large black monolith-like pillar suddenly sprouted out of the ground.
膨張した涅槃の力が放射をそのりきれず向こうの世界に飛び出したか。エンティティウォールだ。ほら力を見せてみろ涅槃。お前を制する者は誰だ。俺だよ。
He'll get a rude awakening later that he's really not. He pounded the book, and just like that, another entity wall formed. This time it spawned beneath the freeway, puncturing and utterly destroying it, scattering countless cars and bikes every which way as if they were toys.
俺の正義を見せてみろ。ヤゴーラは死なずだ。
あゆみちゃん、あなたなんか信じた私がバカだった。
ははな。そのアーガスキューブでずーっとお前は監視されてたんだ。忠実な操り人形だ。この涅槃の力を結晶化できるか。篠崎の血を引くお前だけ。仕方ねえから俺の代わりに涅槃のパワーを集めさせてやったのさ。しかしこうも一気に現世と涅槃がつながるとはな。そうギャーギャー騒ぐんじゃねえよ。これで新しい空の本が完成する。つまり篠崎家の責務から解放してやろうってんだぜ。この本で涅槃の力をコントロールする。ブックオブシャドウズの力を継承するのはマルクバでもお前ら篠崎家でもない。バカが死んだ人間が悲しむもんかよ。
Oh. Yeah, we're getting to like the big climax of the plot so far. Welcome back, Teambo. Misto flinched slightly. It seemed to have struck a nerve, though how deeply that nerve ran, I couldn't say. He recovered quickly, but still. My tear glands twitched in pain. Every negative emotion came flooding through me at once. I wanted to pounce on this man. I wanted to wring his neck. I wanted him to die.
てめえはもう用済だ。お前のせいで世界の破滅が早まったんだ。せいぜい自分の罪を悔いて死ね。
All those deaths were on me. All the suffering, the pain, the fear, it was all caused by me.
情けだ。井上のとこに送ってやるよ。死んどけー。
逃げろ篠崎。
Broski to the rescue. Always, always. Yo, what's up, Dees? How you doing, man? Nah, you're fine. How's it going? And thank you. I'm glad you like it.
離れろ。こいつは狂ってる。
言ってくれるじゃねえか。え？見たかだな。パンピー。誰だっけ、お前。
やめて、岸沼君。危ないよ。
Why don't you move, stupid? I'm good. Things are kicking off tonight.
いいからお前は離れてろ。
その人の言う通りかもしれない。私が余計なことばっかりしてるから。
I mean...
鈴本さんやゆい先生たちもお姉ちゃんもみんな私のせいで私なんか生まれてこなければよかったんだよ。
Sachiko. There she is. I was waiting for her. I tried to scream those words, but my voice was so hoarse that they came out almost as a squeak. I crouched down and buried my face in my hands at this point, and in doing so I failed to notice the sudden appearance of none other than Sachiko, red dress and all.
篠崎、お前そうじゃねえ。そうじゃねえだろが。みんなもっと幸せになれって、よくなれってした願いがよ。なんだって踏みにじられなきゃいけねえんだ。騙される方じゃねえ。騙す方が悪いに決まってんだよ。辛いなら何とでも言ってやるぞ。お前は何も悪くねえ。
God, I love Yoshiki. He's such a great dude. I'm waiting for Sachiko to do something.
よしね。
いいじゃん。
Oh my god, why are you still sitting there? Misto ceased trying to wrestle with Kishinuma, instead making a grand sweeping motion with his hand. Yeah. But we all knew he could do that. Why are you surprised?
学ばねえ野郎だ。
I'm still waiting for Sachiko. Felt like I was covered in a thin film of snot and tears by this point, but I put on the most intimidating face I could manage and tried to stare Misto down. He did stop and stare back, though it certainly wasn't due to intimidation.
お前は何も残せなかった。
Oh.
やめろ。なんなんだお前は。
てめえが持田聡か。
Oh, something for you to know, Dees, is that this dude just kidnapped his little sister earlier in this chapter. The dude in the white that just ran forward. Why isn't Sachiko doing anything? In that moment, the entire space shook violently, moving every which way beneath our feet. As this occurred, a massive, virtually indescribable object floated into existence behind us.
すごいな。7番目の柱。知識のセフィラだ。
Huh? There was a seventh?
俺の ブックオブシャドウズの力に反応して現れやがった。
何よあれ。
あやみ、終わりだ。この崩壊の柱があれば危機どころじゃない。壁を全部壊して涅槃と現世を融合できる。
Jesus.
お前なんだその反応。
How come, like, how come nobody's acknowledged that Sachiko's there? What the hell is going on? There was a light emanating from my stomach, but as soon as I caught a glimpse of it, it disappeared.
よーし、派手に現世と涅槃の壁を壊すとするか。この天神将ごとな。犠牲になれ歩み。それと庭区。
私を知っているの？
当然だろう。有名な天才だ。お前は医療も超自然学も技術において全体の水準を底上げした人間。
Great. What does that have to do with anything? Most of the Nakashima and Kishinuma all turned their heads at once to look at Kulon, jaws slightly agape. The three of them had no knowledge of any of this, so all they could do was stare in disbelief.
だが、その才能のせいでお前の親も妹も堕落してこのざまだがな。
やめて、そんなことない。
さて、まあ涅槃のコアが見つからないのが気になるが、校舎を潰してから後で探せば見つかるだろう。そう。
And there floats Sachiko.
新生ブックオブシャドウズは完成だ。
Kulon sensei looked down at her ever after stones, but the spirit meter she'd attached to them still wasn't showing a full charge. I knew that would come back to bite us.
ダメだわ。
Well, who had the others? Magari did. Oh, he kicked her off the balcony earlier. And he has the other pair. Yikes. Oh, the book talks now. Great.
いい子だ。Goodbye.
I wonder where Panface is during all this. Can nobody see Sachiko but Ayumi? And has she still not noticed her? Oh. Well, that barely gave me a second. I hesitated for a moment, torn as to whether I should try to stop Misto or prioritize lending a hand to Kishinoma and my friends.
させちゃいけない。止めるの。
Oh, I think it doesn't matter.
え？なんだこれは。
That was the most desperate cry I'd heard yet from Aiko.
愛ちゃん、お願い、殺さないで。お姉ちゃんは関係ないでしょ。愛ちゃん。
しゃらくせえ。
愛ちゃん。
Oh! Okay! Just as Kulon Sensei screamed, a giant hellish beast spawned right before our eyes. On the front of it was an enormous mouth. It made a beeline straight for Aiko and passed right through her body. Something not unlike black smoke coiled around it for a moment. It roared like a dinosaur, twisted its body to and fro, then flew over the guardrail and exited the scene. The only thing it left behind was Aiko's body, without a head. She remained upright for a split second, then tumbled lifelessly over the railing and into the pit. As if on cue, the entire school began to shake violently. So violently that not a single one of us could keep our balance.
Nami!
This was well beyond any other earthquake we'd ever experienced at Heavenly Host to date. The shaking eventually died down, but things looked a lot different when it did. The sky above us was now blood red, with certain sections here and there bursting in black flame.
ってことで、さらばだ、ギニーピッグ。
先生！
涅槃はこの学校は崩壊するわ。
Oh boy.
先生、帰る方法は？
幸せの石はまだ戻れるほどの霊力をチャージできていないの。これから数時間はかかっちゃう。
We've got to get Magaris then.
そんな。
I was slumped over, crying my eyes out as this conversation unfolded. Kulon-sensei looked over at me, however, and saw something else. A girl in a red dress standing directly behind me. Sachiko. She's possessed Ayumi? I objected strongly for obvious reasons. I mean, this is the spirit of the girl that killed our 4 friends from the first game. But I knew she was right, at least about the possession. I could sense Sachiko behind me. That means it was 100% Sachiko earlier that saved us from drowning. When we first saw who seemed to be Yuki throw the Book of Shadows out the window. That was absolutely Sachiko. I was right. I could see her now, too, but of everyone else present, Kulon-sensei was the only other one who could. Okay. I feel less, upset that nobody else noticed her or acknowledged her.
厳しいことを言うけれど、その涙にもし本当に責任を感じているのなら、あなたは生き延びてこの世の先を見なきゃいけないわ。そして守るの、これを。生きる道があるのに死を選ぶのはただの諦め、逃げることなんだよ。
Why don't we go get Magari's stones? We could have made it to the bottom in the time we talked about this.
時間がないわ。行くの。やだー。
I was absolutely inconsolable, but Kulon-sensei just smiled. She stood behind me and patted Sachiko on the head. Sachiko, responsible for so much pain and torment, who now looked for all the world like a pure, innocent, lost little girl. Reacting to this new stimulus, Sachiko closed one eye and turned her head toward Kuon-sensei, a satisfied expression on her face.
お願いね。この上私だけ助かるなんて。
I had no conscious desire to go along with this, yet it seemed I was, whether I liked it or not. Everything around me began glowing white and my body was lifted off the ground.
強くなりなさい。
She really was so much like Yui-sensei. Below me, I could see Mochita shielding Nakashima from the falling debris while staring at my rapidly ascending body. Kishinuma had stood back up by now and was watching me as well. You didn't call for Yoshiki? Really? After all that? Really? No way! In an instant, the turbulent fates of Mochita, Nakashima, Kishinuma, and Kuon-sensei all came to a close as the four of them were distinctly and unmistakably crushed before my eyes. My vision warped, my memories jumbled. And then there was just the sky. The sky that hung above the real world, above our world. The black orb was there, and it was swelling up bigger and bigger, almost like a fetus rapidly gestating to term. It quickly grew too big to be contained and burst open. Strands of black energy shot out in all directions, and the entirety of the night sky was dyed an eerie reddish black. The Nirvana had now broken free of its bonds, and it wasted no time pulling the real world into its embrace. Oh! Jesus! What was anything? Are they really dead? Like the entire main cast except for Ayumi? I am so, like, I'm just reeling from that. What happened? Where were Sachi and Redhelm during all that? Kiria Misto. What on earth is happening? Are they really gone? Wow. Well, we're not stopping there. We cannot possibly stop there. Blood Drive Chapter 7, Determination.
この世の終わりです。
The sounds of fire trucks and patrol cars echoed through the streets. The sky was dark, the air stale, and the many strong, cold gusts of wind bore mass amounts of dust and debris. I didn't envy the reporter her job, as she seemed mere moments from being blown off her feet. But to her credit, she persevered. Behind her, there was the black shadow of an old man.
お伝えしております。昨夜、治安当局の発表した全国音量災害の続報についてです。
That's a term that only works in Japanese and sounds really dumb in English.
先日より 戦は依然収束の兆しが見えません。
I can't believe she didn't call out for Yoshiki. My god, she yelled everybody else's names.
不審死や動機不明の無差別殺人、心霊目撃件数は増える一方です。
Yikes.
そのため各県警は対応に苦慮。なかなか公式発表を出さない警察に報道陣は苛立ちを隠せません。
Yeah, what the hell do you do? The old man's shadow in the background began acting strangely, jumping in place and making various other aimless motions.
警視庁はなるべく一人にならないように必ず3名以上で安全な場所で過ごすよう、また危険ですので外出も控えるようにと呼びかけています。
昨晩より全国各地で発生している巨大な黒い柱による出現被害につきまして、国土交通省は非常体制の災害対策本部および警戒本部を設置しました。各地方整備局管内の情報に基づく交通・河川の被災状況および対策状況は次の通りです。
柱の成分は専門家の分析でも解析不明の未知の鉱物の結晶のようで、エンティティウォール、霊体物質と名付けられています。
Somebody knows what that is if they told them the term entity wall.
地震計などでも全く予測のつかない場所に突如生えてくるため、多数の死傷者を出し、世間を混乱に陥れています。工事用カッターの刃も通らず、撤去もできない状況です。防衛庁は自衛隊の調査結果などから先日まで上空に浮かんでいた黒い球体との関連を調査しています。
That would seem logical, even though there's no logic left anymore.
新しい避難場所の情報です。避難指示の出た地域にお住まいの方は以下の情報をチェックしてください。携帯サイト、ウェブサイトでも情報を発信しております。なお、ご覧の白い地域にある体育館や学校はすでに満員です。お近くの空きのある施設へ向かってください。
っていうか、前兆も速報もなくいきなり生えてくるんだ。避難も対策もねえんだよ。運が悪けりゃ死ぬだけだ。なんで警察はいつまでも公式発表してないんだよ。編集を不祥事と取られるのが嫌なのか、それとも何か隠してるのか。
Middle-aged announcer was yelling at the top of his lungs, and in an absolute frenzy, he kicked his studio desk to the ground. A black shadow of a woman could be seen behind him.
委員長。
森助。
篠崎さん。
まゆ。
あゆみちゃん。
聖子。
篠崎さん。
ゆい先生。Oh, this isn't gonna be good.
生き返らせてくれてありがとう。だけど、もっといっぱい死んじゃったね。
The room grew dark, and each of the four figures who stood before me slowly melted into the blackness, becoming indistinct silhouettes.
持田も中島も岸沼も。
Jesus, I can't believe that one.
たくさん。
死んじゃったね。
あれ？私たちも。
生き返ってないよ。
あゆみちゃん。
何がしたかったの
I screamed and looked up. It was just a dream. I was at home watching TV. I scrunched myself up again, putting my face to my knees.
生き返るって信じてたのに最初からダメだった。そうよ。私は全部意味のないことをしてたんだ。私どうすればいいの？生き返るって思ってから、ヨシエの山で行って大怪我をして、お姉ちゃんまで失って帰ってきたのに。
I raised my face from my knees, eyes red and burning. Then, as if I hadn't already had enough tragedy in my life, I heard a loud crash just outside my house. It was unmistakably a car wreck, and a rather severe one at that. The car's alarm was going off, but I was trying my best to ignore it. I didn't need this right now, so I simply wasn't going to bother with it.
.次のニュースです。公益財団法人 PL 振興社の会長が失踪しました。
Whoa. I didn't actually expect to move around in here. Hello, hello. The car alarm outside was still going off, and it was getting harder and harder to ignore it by the second. Whoever was ringing my doorbell was really persistent. The irregular sound brought me back to reality. I crept over to the peephole and silently looked through it to see who'd be visiting me at this hour. On the other side of the door stood a man I didn't recognize. He had short hair and was pressing the chime frantically as if his life depended on it. I was kinda creeped out. I moved away from the peephole. The persistent ringing continued for a bit, but then finally, thankfully, came to an abrupt halt. Slowly crept back to the peephole and took another look. The man was still there. He was just pacing back and forth in place in front of a house that, for all he knew, had no occupants. After another short while, he approached the door again and immediately put his eye right up to the outside of the peephole. The man moved his head away, but quickly replaced it with his finger, which he swirled around and around inside the tight space as if he were trying to reach my eye or poke it out. Then he stepped away from the door. I could have taken this opportunity to slowly move away from the peephole, but I was oddly transfixed. Of course, the second I thought that, he came back to the door yet again. And yet again, he skipped the doorbell and went straight for the peephole. That doesn't seem like a great idea, Amy. I grabbed the doorknob and was moments away from following through with that plan when suddenly...
Ayumi?
Sachiko.
Sachiko?
ダメ、開けちゃ。そいつ死者だ。
Sachiko.
Slowly turned to look at her.
涅槃は死んだ人の世界。 死後の世界がこっちに来る。
And there was an oddly familiar sound. Another car accident, again right outside my door. It's looping, right? This time I looked outside through the peephole and saw the man from earlier, sandwiched between a car and the wall of one of the other houses across the street. He was absolutely mangled. But after only a few moments, the man's corpse disappeared, leaving nothing but a shadow in its place on the wall and ground alike. A black stain. So do Satsuki and Red Helm just not matter anymore? I really thought we'd have like a Sachiko versus her sister moment. But I don't know now. Not that I even really had to ask. I wasn't just asking myself. I was asking Sachiko, whose presence still remained just behind my back. But she just looked up at me with sad eyes. No, it couldn't be. I pulled my smartphone from my pocket and forced myself to remain calm enough to access the photo, but then just stopped and stared. The photo displayed on my phone, which was now on the floor, no longer had just my friends from before with blacked out faces, but Mochida, Kishinuma, and Nakashima as well. I pounded the floor with both hands and shuddered violently. Where did we just go? Some cultist group was speaking on TV. I guess the news must have ended at some point when I wasn't paying attention. This time I was just plain talking to myself. Ah, so she is alive.
So, 終わりよ。まさか、ヤゴウラの最後の生き残りが自爆覚悟でこんなこと考えてるなんてね。
Magari appeared in my hallway. I had no idea how long she'd been there, nor how she'd gotten in. I noticed she still had her heels on, though. I stood up, and Sachiko was, as always, waiting in the wings behind me.
幸せの石で帰ってこれたわ。金付き堂の階段から吹き抜けを落ちてる間にね。
I guess my plan was nothing in the last chapter then. They were stuck no matter what.
まあ、天神症が壊れたからこの石は使えないけど。
To demonstrate, Magari snapped the two together.
涅槃よ。死人を迎えよ。ほらね。
I probably flinched, but she was right. Nothing happened.
世界はもう数刻のうちに混沌に包まれて死の世界になる。
Sorry. Within the next few hours, this world will be totally blanketed in chaos. It's going to be the new land of the dead.
あっけないでしょ。まさにこの世の終わりってやつ。ちなみにあれ、私の教団。アレンジでしょ。我ながら引くわ。
She pulled back her chin and flashed me a strange smile.
ああ、そういえばあなたの親もイカれて入信してたわよ。
This day couldn't have been much worse for me.
あなたこのままでいいわけ？
Magari wasn't mincing words, it seemed. Held my head in both hands and looked down at the ground.
責任を感じてるならちょっと顔貸しなさい。あんたの血に話がある。
Magari approached me and grabbed my arm. Oh, Sachiko. Sachiko, still right behind me, began to growl like a guard dog.
話してよ。どうせ私なんか友達も救えない。何もできない。篠崎の血だか知らないけど、私にできることなんて何もないよ。大体涅槃をこの世に出したのはヨシエさんが最初にやったことじゃない。
I screamed as loudly and as fiercely as I could.
私悪くないじゃない。
Closed my eyes and cried the hardest I've ever cried, sobbing so intensely that I found myself nearly hyperventilating. Magari slapped me down to the ground.
ムカつく女ね。あなた等身大すぎるわ。少しは格好つけようとなさいよ。
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. Held my cheek and continued sobbing. Magari was looking down on me with contempt in her eyes, but also a certain intensity that seemed more akin to desperation than anything.
篠崎あゆみ、真実を一つ教えるわ。7番目の柱、知識のセフィラの軌道を止められなかった時点でもう世界の終わりは動かない。だけど
Magari closed in on me as if our lips were about to touch. Sachiko. Sachiko growled again, but Magari was clearly not intimidated in the slightest. She should be. I think Sachiko could shred her.
ブック・オブ・シャドウズはまだ失われていない。
We're still on about that damn book.
あの本を手にした篠崎の血を引くあなたならミストとまだ戦えるかもしれないわ。
I was still hesitating, and Magari apparently didn't much like that.
ふざけやがって。
Suddenly, Magari was pulling up the top of my uniform. My plump white stomach was now fully
そっ
exposed.
たれの本はここにあるわ。
She pointed at a spot just below my belly. She did so. My stomach started growling with an unearthly roar and shifted in place slightly. She absorbed the book? What? It was almost like there was a snake slithering around inside me.
まったく もっと早く気づけばよかったわ。篠崎義恵の家の地下で力を使ってからそこに潜り込んで眠ってやがったのよ、そいつは。
How do you know that, Magari? Magari crossed her arms and snorted.
ただしあくまで入れ物で中身は空っぽだけどね。
Of course it's not. I have no idea where this is going, Stacy. None at all.
生意気にうなってやんの。
The growl that came from within my own body sounded like that of a wild beast.
まさか本当に。
ほんとすっかり騙されたわ。私は本来教団からあなたがあの空間でブックオブシャドウズを手に入れるためのサポート役、それとその他雑用のために派遣されていたのよ。
そうなの。
Why did you say you were her enemy then?
って言っても手に入れた瞬間奪い取るつもりだったけどね。
She's so happy while she says that.
まあそれも今となってはどうでもいいわ。世界が壊れるのなら教団の継承権もクソもないし。ただね、ムカつくのよ。ミストよ、ミスト。あれで勝ったつもりでいるなんて笑っちゃうわよね。
I'm liking Magari a bit more with each line.
そんなあいつを思いっきりなぶり殺してやりたいでしょ。
Yes, I think she does.
あなたも甘ったれずにできることに目を向けなさい。
Whoa.
可能性を放棄するのは死んだ後でいい。
My eyes began to well up yet again.
私にまだ何かできることがあるの。
Magari's expression turned deathly serious.
なんとしてもブックオブシャドウズを体の外に出して支配なさい。本があなたの覚悟を認めれば自然と出てくるわ。そして本の力があればミストのいる涅槃にもう一度乗り込む道も示されるでしょうよ。
Could only stare incredulously at my abdomen. Magari took this opportunity to open the front door again to illustrate her point. Outside, the weather was still completely anomalous, with hurricane-like winds and debris clouds everywhere. The clouds up above, too, were moving abnormally fast through a disconcerting blood-red sky. Every few seconds, a sound not unlike a spark plug firing could be heard echoing from the distance, as another black flame ignited and burned itself out in some random spot.
どのみちあなたも世界と共に滅びて死ぬわ。だったら見せてみなさい。その前にあなたの覚悟を。黒魔術から生まれたその本は残酷と血を好むわ。
With those parting words, Magari disappeared into the city, the sounds of her heels clacking softer and softer until they were no longer audible at all. Sachiko and I could do nothing but see her off. It's weird how much of a back seat Sachiko's been taking since she reappeared. Like, she's barely done or said anything at all. I'm waiting for her to be a bigger part of this now. The entire nation was now plagued with entity walls and black silhouette-like spirits of the dead. That one was way louder. The entity walls were rapidly destroying schools downtown, I'm sorry, destroying schools, downtown bypasses, and other crucial traffic cornerstones, and even rescue shelters, creating countless new casualties by the minutes. People were running in the streets, panicked and confused, and almost certainly not much longer for this earth. The ocean's screwed up too. Meanwhile, in Kulon-sensei's office, the black-suited agents watched in horror as each TV monitor displayed a feed from a different news network across the world, and the story was exactly the same on all of them.
会長、私たちはどうすればよいのですか?
How is a book supposed to recognize my determination? The hell am I supposed to do? How should I show this book my determination? I don't even know where here is. Oh. Shinozaki Hinoe's room. Can I go anywhere else? The reflection in the mirror looks like a whole other person. Ragged hair, pale skin, and an expression of utter disdain were the standout features. Every channel is reporting almost non-stop on the nationwide ghost disaster state that's in effect. Too bad no one seems to have any worthwhile information to contribute, though. Yep, alright. So the only thing to do is to go into Hinoe's room, which is obviously the answer. It's a celestial globe on the table, one of Hinoe's favorite possessions. It's all scuffed up. This must be from when I dropped it as a kid. I remember when that happened. Sis was just worried whether or not I was okay. She didn't say anything about me damaging the globe. In front of the mirrored dresser sat Hinoe's zodiac dagger. Looks an awful lot like the one Misto had, except blue. Or green. I gripped it in terror, closed my eyes, and started shaking. Please don't try to carve the book out of yourself. It's not gonna work. Oh! I thought she just like impaled herself with it.
黒魔術から生まれたその本は残酷と血を好むわ。
Do you not think Sachiko might not be a good person to consult on this? I couldn't back down now. I lifted the dagger in front of me, poised to plunge it into my body and carve myself open as a samurai once did in the ritualistic suicide called seppuku. But I couldn't go through with it. I was too scared of death, too scared of the pain. The face that reflected back at me in the mirror was twisted with fear. I didn't even recognize myself. But I could see in those eyes all the weight that had been put on my shoulders, all the responsibility I had been forced to bear. Jesus, Ayumi. My mind was made up. I lifted the dagger again, only to bring it halfway to its destination before halting its descent once more. No matter how determined I was, no matter how strong my conviction, this was literally suicide. I knew it had to be done, but knowing and accepting are two different things. Began crying like a baby. This was the most afraid I'd ever been in my entire life, and almost certainly the most afraid I would ever be. At this point, The only way I'd be able to go through with it was to clear my mind and let my arms make the motion automatically. And before I knew it, that's exactly what I did. Christ. It's most likely because I wasn't thinking about it, nor anything else for that matter, that the dagger found absolutely no resistance. It was like applying excess force to a slice of cake. For a very brief moment I felt nothing, but then the convulsions started, first in my abdomen, then quickly spreading up to the rest of my body. My abdomen was now spasming and constricting involuntarily, and the rest of me wasn't faring much better. My entire body was in total chaos. Oh, God. The extent of the agony I had felt at that moment was absolutely impossible to convey. It was all-encompassing. I was utterly incapable of focusing on anything else. My lower body was spewing bright red blood, thick black blood, and an unknown yellow substance, all of which were blending together into a slurry that was, at its core, my life essence. That is a disgusting bit of poetry. Like, that's worded so beautifully, and the whole thing is so disgusting. It's really the word slurry that makes that whole description there. God, Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you, Stacy. This went far beyond anything I ever could have imagined. The sheer shock of it rendered my mind a jumble that I simply could not untangle. I knew there was a reason I'd done this to myself, something I absolutely had to do, but regaining enough cognitive function to do it would be a challenge. Is the book literally inside her, like a book? I thought it was its essence. My head was swimming as I tried beyond all reasonable measure to hang on to consciousness just long enough to complete the task at hand. I could still see my face in the mirror, but only just, as the blood that had been spurting from my abdomen had largely glazed it over. It was a truly frightful sight, comparable to, if not more disturbing than anything I'd seen in Heavenly Host. I felt feeble, helpless, and the face in the mirror was smiling at me for it, darkly, obscenely. Jet black crows flew by outside the window, and in that moment a fire sparked within me. Feeling oddly resolute, I gripped the dagger jutting out from my abdomen. Yep, those are corpse party sounds. And yanked it to the side with every last bit of strength I had left in me. Jesus. The spray of blood gushing out of me became almost exponentially more violent. Most surprisingly, it seemed like equal amounts of blood were rushing to my brain as well, and the effect was a feeling like the blood vessels in my head were on the verge of bursting. But just as I felt like I was moments from my final blackout, I saw something. There, among my own entrails on the ground, was a blood-drenched tome. There's that fucking Book of Shadows. It was the Book of Shadows, without question. My vision blurred from the intense loss of blood and even more intense pain. I fell forward, unable to maintain any semblance of balance any longer. And I landed right on it. With a loud, warm, and unpleasant splash, my face planted firmly onto the book, which was steaming under the odd temperature differentials in my viscera. I awoke with a start. I was still in Hinoi's room. Instinctively and frantically, I looked down at my abdomen. There I saw a scar resembling the ones I'd almost died from during the blowback at Shinozaki Yoshie's house, runic lettering and all. But that was it. The bleeding had stopped. In fact, there was no blood anywhere in the room, and on the floor in front of me sat the Book of Shadows. Not a copy, but the original. I slowly touched it. And from behind me, Sachiko spoke. She was staring at me with a docile, almost reverent look in her eyes. I picked up the book and looked at it, fear and awe running through my now clear head. It grumbled a bit, darting its eyes back and forth. Eventually, it seemed to settle on a specific direction, locking its gaze. It seemed to be looking out the window. Ooh, what is that? Of course it is.
帰ってきてたの？もうお父さん。
世界はもう終わりました。
世界はもう終わりました。
お父さん、お母さん。
Yikes, by the way.
世界はもう終わりました。
世界はもう終わりました。
Dad and Mom both just repeat the same line over and over again like a broken tape recorder.
お父さん、お母さん。
This game has succeeded incredibly in setting just a depressingly bleak tone and atmosphere in this chapter. Huh? What is happening? I think it's part 2. Yeah, that seemed like an intro to a part 2. I think that's what that was. Perhaps this was originally released as 2 games.
不思議な気持ちだけど、あなたがこうして味方でいてくれると心強いよ。
Yeah, that was definitely not the end. I think maybe that was it. Maybe this was released in 2 parts. Yeah, the song was great. Sachiko looked at me with sweet, innocent eyes. When I arrived at Kisaragi Academy, I got a much better look at the phenomenon. It was like a whirlpool with a red, dully shining hole in its center. Was this the entrance to the ever after?
あの先に涅槃が。動的魔法？魔女みたいに空を飛ぶの？嘘だ。
Yes, they were, Alexi. I agree. I closed my eyes, clasped the Book of Shadows tightly in both hands, and prayed.
ブックオブシャドウズ、力を貸して。
Oh, shit! She's doing stuff! When I opened my eyes again and looked up into the sky, my body began to float. I was in control of the Book of Shadows. I was a legitimate practitioner of magic now. This moment felt almost like an awakening to endless new possibilities.
これ本当に飛んでる。すごい。
And right next to me, flying by my side, was Sachiko.
Ayumi.
The momentary loss of focus dropped me out of my trance, and I immediately began falling. I gripped the book even tighter and concentrated harder than before, and sure enough, I began rising up toward the vortex once more.
歩気をつけて。あなたが力を使えるのはその本のおかげ。絶対離しちゃダメ。
That is great advice. Thank you, Sachiko. As I flew higher, I could see Magari sitting on the roof of the school.
ブックオブシャドウスを従えたようね。見直したわ、篠崎あゆみ。それにしても、如月学園の真上に涅槃へのエスカレーターがあるなんてね。ついでにもう一つ教えてやるとね、涅槃がこの世界に侵食してつながってしまったのは別にあなただけのせいじゃない。涅槃天神症がこの世に発生してしまった時点で、いいえ、もっと以前にブックオブシャドウズが生み出されてしまった時に、いつかこの時が来ることは決まっていた。
I looked into Magari's face. She was being completely sincere.
その本の元の所有者も篠崎義恵もみんなそれを食い止めようと、あるいは遅らせようと必死だったの。それが次世代へつなぐだけの運命であってもね。そうやって代々受け継いできたのよ。
Ah.
そうだったの。
だから言ってみれば、あなたがいようといまいといずれこうなったわ。ただあなたの行為はあの狂信者集団ヤゴウラ教会の生き残りミストに涅槃のパワーを与えてしまった。その責任は取らなきゃいけないわ。
Oh, I'm all about putting Misto out of my misery.
責任。
あなたには本物のブックオブシャドウズがある。天神症で分散していた涅槃の力はミストの持つ偽物に取り込まれてしまった。でもそれを取り戻してその本に封印すれば、 あんなもの簡単に吹っ飛ばせるわ。
Ooh, that sounds fun.
そして涅槃のコアをも迎え入れられたなら、その本は完璧なものとなる。
Oh shit, the thing Mista couldn't do.
さあ反撃よ。食らわしてやりなさい。
Excellent send-off, Magari. Thank you, I will.
世界が終わる前に一発ぐらい本物の実力ってやつをね、私は見ているわ。
Why don't you, like, help? That'd be cool. Magari grew smaller as I climbed higher and higher, and as I looked up, I could see the threshold looming ever larger, poised as if to wrap itself around me.
あゆみ、怖い？死ぬの怖い？
怖いかな。
I smiled at her, and to my surprise, it was a genuine smile. Somehow or another, I was feeling very calm. Sachiko looked at me with wide eyes.
どうしたの？
She turned away briefly, then looked over at me once more. It almost seemed like in that brief moment she'd changed expressions in much the way someone would change a suit.
あゆみ、怖いのはサチと涅槃のコアにいる人。気をつけて。
Oh, even Sachiko's wary of Panface? Oh god.
涅槃のコアにいる人？それはミストじゃなくて？
うん、別にいる。
Who? Is it you? I looked back up to find myself practically right on top of the hole in the sky that stood in front of the abnormally huge red moon. And with my convictions settled, I jumped in. The harsh flash, the nausea, and the wrenching tightness in my chest caused me to lose consciousness for a second. But then I awoke to find that heaven and earth had switched places. It looked as though I were falling headfirst into a massive storm with flashing lightning and roaring thunder. It almost seemed as if I was previewing what the world would look like after its destruction. In the sky there was an enormous face of a doll, and the walls around me were all made of flesh. I clenched the Book of Shadows with both hands as I slowly made my landing in this new version of the Nirvana. It was a mountain of rubble.
何これ？完全に壊れてる。何よもう。
あゆみ、大丈夫？
Sachiko being sweet is so weird to me.
うん、平気だよ。これくらい。
I slowly and carefully found my footing and pulled myself back up to my feet. This was an entirely different heavenly host. It bore almost no resemblance whatsoever to any version of the school we'd traversed previously.
天神小学校がこんな姿に。みんなは町田くん、中島さん、岸沼くん、クオン先生、
Thank you for. Well, Aiko got her head bitten off, but thank you for saying Kishinuma's name this time. I called out to my friends, but received no answer. All I could hear was the rumbling and twisting of the air around me. Oh god, it's them. It's all of them. Oh, shit. Kitashiro High, Class 3 to Munakata Kazuki. Crushed by a piece of the school. Oh. There was no mistaking it. In the midst of the wreckage, pieces of clothing from Kishinoma, Mochida, Nakashima, Kuon-sensei, and Aiko were all clearly visible. And the unfortunate souls who were wearing this clothing were all buried under the fallen beams and other debris, surrounded by a veritable sea of blood. I knelt down and began sobbing uncontrollably. Yeah, that's pretty horrible. Sachiko stared at me as I continued to scream and cry.
Ayumi? 幸子頑張ってみる。天神小学校の運命だったらちょっとなら戻せるかもしれない。
Huh? What does that mean? Sachiko produced a calavera necklace from her pocket. The skeletal figure on the chain made a slight hollow clinking sound as it was handled, very much as an actual bone would. It looked handmade and seemed oddly warm, like a keepsake. She looks so very much not like the girl from the first two games in this shot. I had this weird feeling that I'd seen this object somewhere before.
どこかで見たことあるような。思い出せない。
Though she was looking down at the ground a bit, slightly guilty and slightly guarded, Sachiko giggled slightly.
これ、幸子の宝物。
A big smile crept across her lips, and for a moment she looked every bit the part of an ordinary little girl. I was confused. Sachiko placed her hand on the Book of Shadows. And the book spoke.
同じ日を繰り返せ。
Ah, we're gonna repeat the day. Followed by Sachiko. It's real cool to have all the power that Sachiko possesses on our side. Suddenly, I was in Shinozaki Yoshie's clinic. The very same clinic Nakashima and I had visited on that fateful day.
この人はヨシエさん。
I was viewing Sachiko's memory of an event from long ago. So what is she going to tell us? What is she going to show us? I thought we were repeating, like, we were going to play the chapter again back in time. We might still later. I suspect that nobody actually stays dead through the end of this game, like, completely. But for now, they're still very dead. Yoshie was writing something in her journal.
アナグラムの解析を進めると、この本に書かれている術はすべて実体の伴わない理論でしかなかった。成功例に関する文献も全く存在しない。
Right, we didn't actually finish this conversation earlier when Aiko was telling us the story.
私はなんと愚かなことをしてしまったのだろう。最初から成功しないものに心血を注いでいたなんて。本の中身である涅槃が飛び出し、異空間を作ってしまうだけの失敗作の術。しかもそこに囚われた死者は生きていた証、存在の痕跡すらも消されてしまう。
Sachiko came into the room from the back. Her eyes met with Yoshie's and she smiled.
だが、飛び出した涅槃を抑え込むことができたため。
Sachiko stood obediently by her mother, wearing the white dress we'd seen on her in Heavenly Host. Yoshie patted her on the head approvingly. Sachiko then coughed out a fine black mist, but sucked it back into her mouth like a carp.
失われ、黒く消えたあの人の存在だけは取り戻せたのだ。
The face on the image was blacked out, like those of Seiko and the others. However, to my surprise, the black marking was slowly peeling itself away, revealing the features underneath. Ah. Maybe I was right. My vision slowly cleared, and when it did, amidst all the rumbling and shaking, I found myself back in Heavenly Host Elementary. Tenshin Shogakko. Oh, Jesus, Sachiko! Then promptly Sachiko collapsed to the ground. Sachiko! Without thinking, I picked her up and held her limp, light body in my arms. She must have used up her spirit energy as she was clearly drained. She was breathing, but only very lightly. Sounds an awful lot like the end of the chapter, this music. Yeah, wait a second. Sachiko was real. She had to have been, or I wouldn't have been able to hold on to her like this. She seemed injured, but not in any traditional manner. There were cracks running through her body, each one emanating an unearthly, blue, almost gaseous light. Oh, the music! Meanwhile, the school itself was also cracking and breaking all around me, making an incredible noise. The roof above began to crumble away, providing glimpses of the real world. And incredibly, the entity walls hadn't spawned there yet. It's insane that she can actually do that, though. Like, in universe. It seems like one of those untouchable things that was all, like, made up. Excuse me. Could hardly believe it. I just complimented Sachiko, of all people, on a job well done. Her newly formed physical body was rapidly beginning to evaporate into mist. My voice was trembling, though I suspect it was less with fear and more with confusion. She looked up into the sky, eyes beginning to well with tears. She was struggling to speak. Soon she wouldn't be able to at all. She barely had any voice left, but was persevering nonetheless. This was clearly something she didn't want to leave unsaid, no matter what. And with that, she began full-on crying. I couldn't help doing the same. The tears are streaming down my face now. Sachiko's voice was so mournful and so genuine. A massive earthquake shook the ground. Sachiko looked scared, so I patted her head and hugged her tightly. She then looked me squarely in the eyes, gripping her calavera necklace tightly in her hand as if it were a rosary.
正しいって分かったら成仏するの怖くない？
Sachiko and the blue light of light both disappeared completely. She was gone. The being I was hugging just moments ago no longer existed. All I could do was clench my fists and mourn. The look on Sachiko's face when she asked if I was scared of dying kept flashing through my head. I kept my head hung low for a moment, and stood up and wiped the tears from my eyes. Accompanying the sound of rumbling, one single entity wall now stood in the real world. The cycle was beginning anew.
見守っていて、幸子。篠崎の末裔の私を。
We get one shot, Ayumi. Oh God, she's learning. Ugh, but she's also still frying pan face. And boy, do I not like her. Chapter 7, Determination. Sachiko. Oh, we got old Taniiko's soulful testimony. I can never like her. Have you seen her? She also has tried to murder me with an axe on multiple occasions as multiple characters, and she also lit one of us on fire. The night is young. Blood Drive, Chapter 8. Ties severed, ties mended. Oh, jeez. What is this? The floors and the walls are completely covered in... Ugh, I don't even want to know what. The school's still here. The school's still here, at least. So time really does seem to have reverted. But this is definitely very different. To be fair, nobody has good days here. That's true. Another tremor. I did it immediately. Nino to Agriculture Class 1-2. Oba Akinori. Succumb to shock upon removal of organs. Stomach contents replaced with unknown, undesirable substance. That's true. It's probably just because she's a cute little kid who then tried to help us. But no, she did some like horrible, evil, vicious shit. Eaten away by the Nirvana. It will likely never open again. Stutter step away. Oh God, you're fast. Man, I keep running into the glass. Well, I think I know where I'm supposed to be going. That ain't the answer. Something like that, Teambo. Takemori Trade School 3B Chido Takuto. Succumbed to shock instantly when neck was snapped. Okay, I think I can't go anywhere except I can't go this way either. Can I really not? Or is this like one of those things where I have to run through the hole? Nope. This is not the right way. I can't seem to get up to the bell tower like normal. Eating away with the Nirvana. What is this? Oh no, it's just a hole in the wall. Nijima Academy 2-3 Asakura Kohei. Severed own carotid artery after killing insanity-stricken friend. Though you do raise a fair point, Lexi, because I was actually very sad that Sachiko didn't get to hang out with us for longer. Oh, Misto is the character of choice for this one. Keime Academy Middle, Class 1A, Mai Haramiho. Succumbed to starvation and dehydration. Good. I need these batteries a lot more in this version. Oh! Forgot about this! I haven't seen that since Chapter 2. Yikes. It's so hard to, like, follow all this still. Koraku Yanagiya High Class 3-2, Kanzaki Taiki. Succumbed to shock and bled out after all limbs were amputated. The blockade is gone. East Koyo Elementary 5-3, Katabami Erika. Suffered fatal asthma attack. Oh, Jesus. Oh my god. Lexi, that sounds kind of gross. Iwagawa University High, Class 1C, Ota Natsuki. Bled out and succumbed to shock after carotid artery was severed. Mage's guild leader, Asada Makoto, came from the caves and took a knife to the forehead. I believe that. Alright, yeah, I'm just making sure I can't go into absolutely anything else. Koraku Yanagiya High Class 3-1, Yamanami Keiji. Suffered brain contusion after taking a beating to the head. Not what I wanted to do. Haha! Oops. I skipped it. Fell down the stairs and broke neck after leg tendons were cut. Aw, man. I've been so, like... I've read all of them because it's like, you know, honoring the people you find, and then I accidentally skipped that one. Keime Academy Middle Class 1A, Uesugi Yuki. Throat sliced out. Gross. Takemori Trade School, Class 2A, Asahina Shie. Bled out from stab wound. Yep, alright. Alright, we made it. So are we meant to go up? or probably not down, right? Nope. Okay. Wasn't sure if we needed to get the core before we went and fought Misto again. Yoshikazu again. Even he couldn't avoid being a victim in here just like everyone else. Yanagihara Yoshikazu. That was a wild moment to first see him like that.
俺のブックオブシャドウズの力に反応して現れやがった。
Yeah, but what are you gonna do against the real one?
いや、派手に現世と涅槃の壁を壊すか。この天神将ごとな。ついでに2枠を。てめえも消せるとは、まさに一石二鳥ってやつか、おい。いい子だ。グッバイ。ぶっ潰れよ、天神小学校。え？なんだこれは。
ダメ、やめて。愛ちゃん、お願い、殺さないで。お姉ちゃんは関係ないでしょ。愛ちゃん、
しゃらくせえ。
愛ちゃん。
Yeah. Yes. She's doing shit. Finally. When Aiko opened her eyes, she found me standing in front of her. I had one of my arms outstretched, obviously having blocked something with it. My armor protected Aiko from the charging mouth, almost as a shield would.
愛子さん、大丈夫？
歩み、その力はなんだ。お前、いつの間に。白崎。
委員長。
白崎。
Of course, Kishinuma, Motsuda, Nakashima, and Kono Sensei were all there too.
みんなまだ生きてる。
Oh, does he know? Oh, it's time to end him. Let's do this.
オーラの色が異常だぞ。同じ時間を繰り返し辿った色だな。
That has a color? Okay.
そういうのわかるんだ。
ああ、笑ったかてめえ。なめんなよ、畜生が。ぶっ壊してやら。
Oh, let's get him. Let's get him, Mayumi.
もうやめて。あなたの計画はおしまいだ。
に乗るなよ、篠崎あゆみ。俺を誰だと思って滑るものだぞ。ヤゴーラの生き残り、 最後のミストだ。
そう。
殺してやる。殺してやるぞ、あゆみ。魔女の英知で。
わからない人ね。控えなさい、偽物。
何？なぜそれが。おい、そいつは消えたんじゃなかったのかよ。騙したのか。
As if he were in any position to be accusing me of deception.
返してもらうわよ。本の中身を。
Oh, the face. Whoa, just ate it. My Book of Shadows roared and bit hard into the false book. Misto was in a total panic. But it didn't stop. It wouldn't. The Book of Shadows, my Book of Shadows, completely devoured the imposter. Well, that went better than I thought. The Book of Shadows' tongue stretched out like a whip, cracking itself at Misto.
やめなさい。あなたも食べられるわよ。
Let it. Fuck him. 'Eat him.
おいサトシ、こいつを抑えるぞ。手伝え。
No, eat him. Just feed him to the Book of Shadows.
あ
Why bother keeping him around?
あ、あんた、おとなしくするんだ。
観念なさい。あなたは危険だから縛らせてもらうわ。
Produce the handkerchief from my pocket.
俺がやるよ。
Most to tie Misto's wrists together.
また地震か。
It's time for you to absorb that thing, right? Eat him, yeah. It's just-
どうしてセフィラの起動は防いだのに。
まだ終わっちゃいねえのさ。涅槃を全て抑え込んだとでも思っているのか。今その本が食い散らかした俺の集めた分の涅槃はブックオブシャドウズの全てではない。
You know this. Sachiko told you this, and so did, Magari.
言っただろう。天神章を形成している涅槃とは別に意志を持つ涅槃のコアが存在すると。
涅槃のコアに意志。幸子が言っていた涅槃の中の人っていうのはこのことなの？
That's curious. Who the hell is it?
コアの意志が知識のセフィラを起動させるさ。現実世界に涅槃が侵食し融合する未来は変わらない。
So we have to go stop that then.
俺がやろうとしたのは暴走状態にある涅槃のコアのコントロールだ。だがてめえはそれを止めた。じきに秩序のない破壊が来るぞ。どうするつもりだ？
It's gotta be something like that, right? Yoshie herself, though, seemed to be out of control in the first game of the world because Sachiko had sole dominion over it, which is odd. It can't be Sachiko herself because she just passed on and left. I'm so curious who it's gonna be. your guess is probably pretty close to spot on, Lexi. I'd bet.
私がやるわ。この本の保管を。
やってみろ。日の絵や仲間に頼ってばかりの甘ったれなお前がどこまで成長できるのか見てやる。
Feed him to the book, feed him to the book, feed him to the book.
この涅槃のどこかにブックオブシャドウスのコア。この本を生んだ魔女の意志と対峙してみるがいい。
Now that's her right there. Try to confront the will of the witch who created this book. Oh, is that Seira or whoever the head of the original Shinozaki family was?
普通の人間なら100回気が狂うだろうけどな。
Or was this somebody else? The prospect of us going mad seemed to amuse him. He smirked. I really wanted Ayumi to feed him to the book.
内田君、中島さん、菱沼君、クオン先生、愛子さん。来てくれてありがとう。私、本当に嬉しかった。
Go home.
現世に戻って手段はある？大丈夫よ。もうすぐこの幸せの石も霊力がチャージされるわ。
Go home.
やっと帰れるのね。よかった。
篠崎は
私はやり残したことがある。
なんだよ。付き合うよ、篠崎。俺たちはお前を連れ戻すために来たんだからな。おう。
そうだよ、委員長。大丈夫。私もすぐ戻るから。
そうはいかねえよ。手伝わせてくれ、篠崎。一人でやるよりみんなでやった方が早いはずだ。
Oh, shit. Pan face.
中島さん。
なんだ。どうしたナオミ。
この子、みんなには見えてないの？
Say it out loud. What?
どうしたんだよナオミ。
Suddenly a vision flashed in Naomi's head as if she were seeing through someone else's eyes for a moment. Oh, good. Good. I'm fine if we just leave her there. Nah, we gotta save Yuka.
しっかりするんだナオミ。
サトシ。
ナオミ。よかった。
You wanna tell him or should I?
大変。
どうしたんだよ急に。ナオミ。
今そこに黒い服の女の子がいて、ここから飛び降りたの。黒い服。中島さん、その子目も真っ黒だった。ええ。
俺には何も見えなかったぞ。なあ、サトシ。ああ。
サチだわ。
サチ？
サチコの双子の姉。生まれる前にヨシエさんのお腹の中で亡くなったという胎児の霊。篠崎真希菜さんの団地から私がこれを持ってきたせいで現世から連れてきてしまったの。
大きさからして乳歯か。だな。
このところ無差別に現世を蝕んでいた強い霊ね。私の会社でもずっと後を追っていた悪霊だわ。ここに来たせいでより力が増幅されていたのね。
Eyes the color of a cast iron skillet and a face that looks like it was smashed with one.
お守りになるかもしれない。持田君、持ってて。
だけど、それじゃあ篠崎は。
私にはこの本があるから。先生、さっきね、その女の子の見てる景色みたいなのがこの目に見えたの。
Oh, her eye! It wasn't Sachiko at all. It was actually Sachi. It wasn't just a shorthand. Her injury hadn't healed in the slightest. I skipped this part where she removed the patch from her eye, but she did. Her left eye was clouded over with blisters blanketing the pupil that spelled out the name Sachi.
Naomi, お前。
中島さんの目は霊の念を受けた火傷のような症状。でも冷水の目薬をさしているからじきに治るよ。
Eye drops made from holy water. What?
見えたイメージはもしかしたらその目があの霊の視界を見せたのかもしれないね。だとしたらサトシ、そのサチってこの幽霊が地下の防空壕に入っていったの。そしたらユカちゃんの声が。
なんだって。
Yay, my favorite. Rescue Yuka.
あいつは家にいるはずだ。
いや、来てるね。
お前。
Feed him to the book.
持田聡。いい子だな。お前の妹は。お兄さんがピンチだと言ったら必死になってついてきたぜ。
本当にいるのか、ユカが。
お前ら天神症を一度くぐった人間は死のループを繰り返したことにより特殊なオーラをまとっているんだ。
How are you doing? How's the rest of your night been since earlier? One that signifies you've been through the loop of death, as it were.
中でも幸子と直に接触し心を通わせたことがあるあの子は常人の何倍もの霊力の泉を蓄えている。そう、この世のどこにもあの子を超える敵役はいない。
てめえ！
俺の神聖ブックオブシャドウズに涅槃のコアを入れる導水になってもらうために呼んだのさ。
ひどいことを。
今も校舎の地下で霊力を絞り取ってるが、俺のはもうなくなったから用なしだな。あら、引き取りに行くなら急げよ。サチが向かったんだろ。
Feed him to the book.
サトシ君。
Nobody wants to go with him? Okay.
待って先生、私も行く。
Thank you.
でもその目じゃ。行く。 ゆかちゃんを早く助けてあげたいの。わかったわ、行きましょう。私は愛ちゃんは岸沼くんと一緒に篠崎さんについててあげて。私たちもゆかちゃんを助けたらすぐ戻るよ。わかった、お姉ちゃん。
Aiko was looking down and turning slightly red as she said that, and Kulon Sensei did not fail to notice. Her face lit up brighter than I'd ever seen it.
それじゃあ岸沼くん、お願いね。
Feed Misto to the book! Come on, just do it! Do it!
お姉ちゃんって呼んでくれたのいつぶりかしら。
Aww. Oh?
目痛い？辛そうね。ちょっと待って。はい、目薬。早く楽になるといいわね。
Sustain Holy Water Edition.
篠崎。
岸沼くんもゆかちゃんを探しに行ってあげて。地下防空壕は男の子多い方がいいと思う。
けどよ。
私は大丈夫。この本があるからこんな人に負けない。
頼もしいな。すぐ戻る。
あゆみ。
Eat him with the book.
なあ、あゆみ。俺の名はほどけ。
Absolutely not.
おとなしくしてて。全部終わらせたら一緒に連れて帰ってあげるから。
Why are you giving him any mercy?
本気？あゆみちゃん。こんな人でもきっといなくなったら悲しむ人がいると思う。
So you're not all completely resolved of your naivete. Absolved was the right
い
word.
ねえよ、バカ！クソ女！情けが、おい、上から目線か、こら！
Oh, that was a nice line to piss him off then. Real quick. Oh, that's great, Amanda. That sounds like a lot of fun. It was good. Had a little food, chilled out for a bit, and we've been going hard on this game for the last 4 hours. Misto suddenly began to act hysterical, as if my words had struck a nerve somewhere deep in the core of his soul. How about we feed that soul to the Book of Shadows? Aiko was not amused. She stared him down and easily won. He quickly regained his composure, however, and took a more casual, more relaxed posture. His tone almost made it sound like he was getting ready to strike a deal with us.
なあ、あゆみ。世界を動かしている原動力ってなんだかわかるか？
Money?
悪意だ。
Ah, well, I was close. It's basically the same thing in a capitalist world. Hey.
悪意とは人が人を陥れ不幸を願う気持ち、心そのもの。呪いと言ってもいい。
Oh, so like the way I'm hoping she feeds you to that damn book in her hand.
それは決して恨みから発生する被害者側から生まれるのみの概念ではない。むしろ加害者側にこそ蔓延しているものだ。
Could hardly wait to see where this was going. I was ready for him to throw me a curveball and try to trick me into helping him. All I could think was good luck with that.
俺のじいさんが作った教団、ヤゴーラ滅んだ。くまいな。無能力者の祖先どもに異端者として糾弾され迫害されてな。危険な集団になり下がっていた魔術結社マルトワにブックオブシャドウズなんてものを持たせていたらろくなことにならねえ。そう考えたじいさんは近畿の書としてその存在を隠すためにそいつを盗み出し、 秘密裏に篠崎家に託した。すべては世のため。正義に燃えた人だったらしい。だが周りからは眉唾だの詐欺師だの化け物だのと散々バッシングされた挙句、家まで焼かれて無一文。ついには気が狂って街中を走り回って死んだそうだ。その息子である俺の親父と母親もきれいに自殺した。何度引っ越しても居場所を嗅ぎつけてきやがるクソどもに窓を割られたり罵声を浴びせられる人生に疲れ果てたんだ。
Tell me your sob story just a little bit longer, because I totally have pity for you after you literally killed all of my friends and destroyed the entire planet. Ayumi. Feed him to the book. Stop having pity on him. She's not going to do it. I know she's not. I shrunk back a bit. I definitely wasn't expecting this from Misato, nor was I quite certain how to react to it. I know! Grab your little dinner bell and ring it!
親が死んだ直後だってのに、事件を面白がった記者たちが次々とやってきた。ガキだった俺を捕まえに毎日近所でも評判の変わり者夫婦自殺、戦慄のオカルト屋敷に潜入ってな。生前世間にどんな恨み事を言っていたとか、何か面白い不幸はなかったかとか、挙句に嘘か事実かなんて関係ない、面白けりゃいいんだって三文筋書きのペラ紙まで持ってきやがった。だがな、そいつらの期待に反して俺の両親は一言もよう呪ったりしていなかった。
Now, to be fair, this is all very terrible shit to do to like a little kid, but I don't feel bad for you now, is my point. His eyes were swimming. I didn't get the sense that he was lying about any of this. And yet, I don't care.
毎日3時になると金もないのにおやつに小さなガムをくれた。そんなもんでも嬉しくて俺はすぐ泣き止ん
That's
だ
why
も
he
の
gives
さ。
gum out. I wish you didn't.
ある日気がついたら俺がマスゴミ野郎のコートにライターのオイルをかけていた。
That is a great portmanteau of words right there.
そのまま火をつけてやったら速攻捕まって施設にぶち込まれたよ。あゆみ、お前の祖先だってそうだろ。俺たちだけじゃない。嫉妬、慢心、弱い者いじめ、見渡せば同じ構図ばかりじゃねえか。呪いを振りかざして世に不幸をまき散らしているのは俺たち能力者じゃねえ。誰やろうパンピーどもだ。
And there's where your philosophy in life fails you.
人と違うということはな、あゆみ、この世ではそれだけで悪なんだ。
Though he's not terribly wrong in some instances about that point.
お父さんもお母さんもお姉ちゃんが決めた将来のことひどく言うから好きじゃない。世間体とかそういうの頑張ってる人に失礼だよ。
He now flashed me a kindly smile and patted me on the head.
あゆみちゃん、お母様たちを悪く言ってはいけませんよ。悲しい運命から私たち家族を守るために本家から絶縁してもらって静かに暮らしているのだから、そこへ近寄ろうとする私を止めるのは当たり前、むしろ優しさからの忠告なのですよ。
な、この世には至るところに悪意という呪いが蔓延してんだよ。お前の祖先も散々な苦渋を舐めてきたはずだ。優れた人間が撃たれる世界に何の価値がある。
だからって たが命を奪うの？
増えすぎた豚どもは数を減らして思考を奪い、恐怖で縛り付けて律するしかない。
Misto slammed his foot on the ground. Excuse me.
少なくとも私のお姉ちゃんはそんなこと言わない。
I still felt for him. I pitied him. My eyes were starting to mist over as well. I wanted more than anything to reach out and feed him to the Book of Shadows. But this annoying little voice in my head kept telling me to reach out to him and save him.
優しすぎたんだ。バカがつくほどな。俺ともよく対立してた。
あなたの師匠だったって話は？
本当だ。俺が両親以外で初めて心を開いた人間だった。
Seems in line for her.
俺と日野江は短い期間だが共にいて伴侶にとまで考えていた。天涯孤独のこの俺が人を愛するなんて後にも先にもあの時だけだ。あれほどの優しさと許しを持つ人間にはもう二度と会えねえだろう。
My eyes widened, and Misto's eyes became more distant. When he spoke about Hinoi, it was like he was staring into the past. His whole facial expression reflected such incredible loneliness.
あなたお姉ちゃんと。
だがよ、己を犠牲にして他人を救うなんてのは偽善だろう。自分を傷つけるってことは周囲の人間も傷つけるってことだ。自殺者を救って身代わりになって自分の家族を泣かせたとする。それは正しいのか。
Couldn't answer. I'd been repenting the actions that led to my sister's death this whole time and really couldn't argue with what Misto was telling me.
他人を思いやれるのは優れた人間だよ。だが底抜けに人を許すから疑うことを知らねえから意味もなくただ運悪く強姦なんて目に遭う。
This was the first I'd ever heard of this, and it was a hard pill to swallow. All I could remember were the smiles, and those were as genuine as could be. But behind them, there may have been hidden wounds caused by people taking advantage of her gentle nature in downright unfathomable ways.
その日の絵も今やこの世にはいない。聞けば取るに足らない愚民を救うためお前が行った術のせいで死んだらしいじゃねえか。
Time to feed him to the book.
どこまで犠牲にならなきゃいけねえんだ。優れた人間がよ。俺はまだ終われない。世を正すために愚民どもに俺の正義を見せんだよ。
No, I think you're finished.
なあ、あゆみ、縄をほどけ。日の絵の妹で篠崎の力を持つお前は素質のある選ばれし者のはずだ。俺と共に世界を進めないか。
お姉ちゃんはそんなこと望んでない。
Eat him. Eat him, book. Eat him.
あゆみちゃん。
残念だよ、あゆみ。
Told you you should have fed him to the fucking book an hour ago. Misto stared down at me with an ice-cold look in his eyes, tossing away the handkerchief that was supposed to have been tied securely around his wrist, as if that was really gonna hold him.
両手いつでも解けたの？
お前も愚民だ。涅槃に食われて死ぬのは相当苦しいらしいぜ。さっきナイフで殺してやろうとしたのは俺なりの愛情だ。
Ah, this whole goddamn time I've been telling you to feed in the book. I was right. Look at that. You were too naive again. That book's not gonna listen to you, though. It accepted her.
待ちなさいよ。
一つ教えておいてやるよ、歩み。お前はすでに粛清者としての活動を行っている。お前が何度もこの涅槃天神症で倒している黒い霊、あれは現実世界でまだ生きている人間の生き量なんだ。
なんてこと。
現世と涅槃が融合を始めたせいで、その隙間からこっちに迷い込んできた半分の魂さ。つまりお前は人殺し。お前が霊を叩き殺すたび、現実世界ではそいつの体がへし折れて変死してるのさ。
I was still laid out flat on the ground, reeling from the punch and from the shock of this new revelation alike. Clenched my teeth and tried to pull myself up, desperately wanting to recapture this fugitive, but I was too unstable to keep my balance, plummeting to the floor right away.
無様だな。だいたい覚悟がなさすぎんだよ、
Tell me Yosuke's here and he's gonna knock his friggin' head off.
お前は。俺は行くぜ。世界が滅びるその瞬間まで。お前はそうして這いつくばっているがいいさ。
Broski, be here. Come on, man. I know you didn't really leave, right?
人の名を気安く呼ぶんじゃねえ、クミが。じゃあな、あゆみ。お前はバカだが、まっすぐなところだけは日の絵にそっくりだったぜ。
Anything? Anything?
本物だ。本物をゲットしたぞ。
It accepted Ayumi though, so it shouldn't listen to him.
涅槃のコアをここに戻せば、この本は完成だ。
I'm sorry, what?
神になれんぜ。
I thought he killed her.
お前、なんだ。どうして生きてやがる。
It was Satsuki. Oh, no, wait. This is Sachi, isn't it? This is Panface. She's taken on the form of somebody we know before. It was Satsuki. She was standing directly in Misto's path. Her entire face was stained in red, with only her white eyes breaking through. She wavered in place as she stared directly, wordlessly into Misto's soul. A moment later, Misto noticed something else behind her. One of the red helms that had been wandering the school. One of... Oh, there are actually multiple. It's not just one that copies himself. That's what I was assuming.
てめえ、床の見張りはどうした？なんでここにいる？この役立たずの鉄くすげ！
Oh! Alright then. Suddenly, Satsuki's head split down the middle into 8 equally sized portions, like a flower budding. Ooh! I can't tell you how fucking cathartic that was. These petals then closed around Misto's head, tearing it clean from his body. Blood spurted from his neck and his appendages twitched. Ah. Well, look who's here.
うるさい男も死ねば従順になるわね。こんな本さえなければ。無様ね、ミスト。本当は約束通り私が殺したかったわ。ここに赤い模様たくさんあったでしょ。ここうちの調査機関がすでに入ってるのよね。あんたが連れてきたこいつもね、実はうちの子だったのよ。
What? What? Satsuki was? So what is she now? Is she dead? Is she not? Was she a monster the whole time?
ヤゴーラが滅んだって聞いたら、うちの巨団ますます図に乗っちゃうんじゃないかな。うざいな。
Wait, so is Magari like... Clearly she wasn't being entirely honest and on our side, but like, what is her plan right now, I wonder? So you're not dead. Magari suddenly grabbed Satsuki's hair and pulled her in.
持田ゆかから離れるなって言ったろ、化け物。はい、マガリ様。
What is happening right now? Like, actually, what is happening right now? Don't think me hating Misto has made me hate you any less, Yuka. You are still a sniveling, just awful character. Whoa. Wait, this voice. Time to find out if this is Red Helm or not. I don't think so, he just makes noise. Yuko was in a seemingly empty room, though she could hear prayers echoing around her. They sounded like the prayers one might expect from a demonic exorcism. Ties severed, ties mended. Whew. There's so much going on right now. And we're actually up to chapter 9. I am stunned. 7 and 8 were really just story chapters mostly, it felt like. And 5 was a pretty short chapter itself too. Alright, hang out for about 2-3 minutes. And then we're going to hop into chapter 9. The show and the party is not over yet. Hang out for just a minute. Be right back. Alright. Back. And ready for more. It's not over yet. We still got at least an hour of stream left. Let's hop in. We're just kind of going hard on this. I know we're unlocking extra chapters, and I'm sure that they would be kind of helpful to some of the backstories for some of these characters. I do not trust them to not spoil everything like the first games did. So we actually, now that we're starting chapter 9 and it's only Sunday, we might actually have time to stream all the EX chapters and just see them, because I imagine they're shorter, but we'll see. We'll see. Let's hop into chapter 9 for now. Let's keep the corpse party going. Blood Drive Chapter 9, Imperator. What is this? How has the school completely changed like this? The Nirvana's encroachment is growing by the moment. We have no idea what's going to happen next. You'll need to be on your guard. If we can track down this Satsu, we should be able to figure out where Yuka is, too. You know where she is. Right. Let's hurry up then and find her. We'll save you, Yuka. Again. I swear it. Again. We know exactly where she is. Oh. We have our first and potentially only party of 4. Oh, let's have Coolin Sensei take the lead for a little bit. She seems to know what's going on. I'm gonna assume it won't let me go back up there, right? Alright. Yeah, I figured. Man! Immediately. Oh. East Kalaki Middle, Class 2-4. Terai Megami. Ruptured internal organs from falling through a hole in the floor. The blue light that hung over the corpse has disappeared. I'm sorry. Blue lights? Oh! Thing scared the shit out of me. Well, okay. Whatever. I guess we'll be able to come back around later. So for now, who's the image? Ah! Why did I ask? Space ahead seems to be in a state of flux. Proceeding onward is unwise. I got another one of those at least. Wow, this school is falling the hell apart. It's your fault I died. Please give me your body. I mean, yes, my face is something that you can laugh at in that moment, but her face is the face we're all going to see in our damn nightmares. God, that face. I see that. I'm going to assume that there's... we're gonna get to a point that, like, that glowing blue orb over the spirits is going to matter. Ah, shit. What a revelation that was, by the way, that we've actually been killing real people this whole time. Holy shit. Kulon Sensei glanced at the watch on her left wrist. The digits displayed on it were counting down. What are they counting down to?
地下の防空壕って確かここから行けたよな。
Stacy, Lexi, that's amazing.
入り口が 私がさっき見た風景と同じだよ。黒い服の女の子サチが白い手でめちゃくちゃに引っかくみたいに板を剥がしてこの中へ入っていったの。あとは真っ暗になってイメージはそこで途切れたけど。
入ってみるか。
岸沼くん、篠崎さんが気になる？
ああ。
Yoshi's such a good dude.
ごめんね。心配して来てくれてありがとう。でも、もうここまででいいわ。戻ってあげて。
いや、あいつは大丈夫だよ。また地震かよ。
That's just true. That's just true. She has a terrifying face. Yep.
涅槃が拡大して校舎に張り詰めている。知識のセフィラが起動するのも近いわね。あゆみちゃん、止められる？涅槃の中心にいる意識体はきっと人知の及ばないもの。
Excuse me.
みんなが思ってるよりもあいつはタフなやつでさ、意外と根性あんだよ。
And this school has a lot of guts in it.
だから俺はあいつを信じる。
そうね。
Kono-sensei matched Kishinuma's smile.
じゃあ行きましょう。こちらも気を抜けないよ。
今さらだろ。あの幸子よりもやべえって言ってもやるしかねえだろが。ああ。
So I have a question. Sachiko sent us back in time, right? Or at least made the day repeat itself and undid time. We remember what happened. Who else does? It seemed like Misto also remembered because he made the comment of killing you with that knife was going to be a mercy killing to you, but he didn't have a knife on us this time. So it seems like he remembered. Does Magari also remember? And does it have to do with the fact that they're mages? And then my next question is, does Kulon remember? I'm curious who knows and who doesn't.
大丈夫、あゆみちゃん。本がないと私。あゆみちゃん、私の肩につかまって。
Oh, we haven't had Aiko around in a while. Well, let's give her a chance to hang out with us.
Nani? まるで地下でマグマが活動しているみたい。
Oh yeah, we're in chapter 9 now. And there's Yoshikazu again.
よしかず、なんて目に遭ってるの。
I wonder if we're gonna find Misto. I hope we find Misto. So we're after the Book of Shadows. Again. Is this not the right spot? Where was he? Was he on the other side of the school? Oh, hello. Shit. Yeah, if you recall, that was the killer from the first game with the sledgehammer. Oh, can't go around that way. Alright. We're going up the second floor. Or across the second floor. Oh.
ありがとう、愛子さん。だいぶ楽になったわ。一人で歩ける。なんだか校舎の様子が変ね。どうなってるのかしら。ええ。ミスト、どこへ行ったのかしら。早く本を取り戻さないと大変なことになるわ。
篠崎あゆみ。
マガリ？
マガリさん。本をなくしてただの人間に戻ったね。今なら簡単に殺せそう。
Yes, yes, yes. But then again, that you're not really so black and white, are you?
そう構えないでよ。ほら、ブックオブシャドウズ取り戻してあげたわ。
Well, look at you. Exactly what I thought was going to happen later. She becomes our ally, and Mista was, of course, the villain.
それ
Yeah. Tried to grab it, Magari pulled it away at the last moment as if taunting me.
前にも言ったわね。私はこれを取り戻すために派遣されたって。あなたを影から誘導して手に入れさせてから奪う方法でね。
And?
だから私の正義はあのミストとあまり変わらない。あなたの敵であることに違いはないわ。その簡単に人を信じる甘い癖はいい加減に捨てなさい。
She has a very good point, Ayumi.
そんな。ただね、あいつと違ってもうちょっと見たいのよ、私は。この世に私を退屈させない存在がまだ生まれてくるかどうか。ナホちゃんみたいなね。
Huh?
これはナホさんがいつもつけていた。
Oh.
うん、バレッタ。用務員室に死体があったわ。
ちょっと貸して、あゆみちゃん。
Aiko snatched the hair clip from my hands.
ナホちゃん、ナホちゃん聞こえる？
Aiko closed her eyes and put the item next to her ear. But after a few moments of silence, she just started to break down. She hugged the star and began to cry. No, she just got kidnapped again. So the other crowd, Satoshi, Yosuke, Naomi, and Kuon Sensei are off to save her.
あれはレーグ。アイコが言ってたでしょ。ナホちゃんみたいな霊能力の強い人の遺留品には魂がこもって話ができる場合があるの。
That's basically the last time we saw her too.
んで、はい。どうせあなたにしか使いこなせないんだから今は貸しといてあげるわ。もっともそれがあなたにもたらすのは幸か不幸かわからないけれど。
Magari flashed me a cold smile. So
こ
she
の
clearly
本の生ま
remembers
れた
too.
歴史は知っているわよね。
ええ、 お姉ちゃんが話してくれた。
あなたがこれから退治してその本に封印しなければならないのは涅槃、すなわちブック・オブ・シャドウズのコア、その意志。それは300年前に起きた集団による迫害殺戮、魔女狩りで惨殺された魔女の魂よ。悪魔とも通じていたと言われる世を呪う力の強さは計り知れない。そんなものとの対峙でしょ。気が狂うだけでは済まないわよ、きっと。けどまあ、あなたが失敗したら涅槃が広がってやっぱりこの世自体が終わることになるし。
That sounds familiar, but I don't think I'm going to get it offhand. It just sounds like the exact way that they described this book in the last game. But that's not what you're referencing, for sure.
頑張って。コアをその中に戻せるよう祈っててあげる。ああ、そうそう。もう気づいてると思うけど、この空間はすでに天神症じゃない。
Okay.
ルック・オブ・シャドウズの呪いが具現化したものと考えた方がいいわ。
Yikes.
何が起こるかわからないから気をつけて。
マガリさん、あなたが敵なのは変わらないんでしょ。なぜ助けてくれるの？
バカらしくなったのよ。
え？
赤い魔術の模様が校舎の至るところに書いてあるでしょ。あれ、うちの教団の人間が入り込んで黒魔術を行ってるわ。幹部の私の命令も受けず勝手にね。で、みんな何かにやられて死んでた。ぐっちゃぐちゃになってね。高すぎるでしょ。何がムカつくってさ。私をここの調査に行かせておいて別の調査の連中をよこしてることよ。教祖のババアも焼きが回ったわ。しかも勝手に黒魔術をブーストしてるから幸も涅槃もそれに反応して暴走してる。おかげでこの世の終わりよ。あなたやさやか、なほちゃんとねちゃねちゃやってた方がまだ楽しかった。もう見切ろうと思うの。あんなクソバカの集団。私はまだいろいろ事後処理があるからここでお別れね。涅槃に合う道は本に聞きなさい。この世界の中心にいるわ。
行ってくる。愛子さんはここにいて。
You're not bad, Magari. I will add it to my incredibly long list of things I need to watch, Timbo. But that does sound like fun.
岸沼くんたちはいいの？待たなくていいの。きっとこれは巻き込んじゃダメなことだわ。一緒にいるとみんな優しいからついてきたがっちゃう。
You have a good point.
愛子さんはみんなと合流して脱出して、私のことはブックオブシャドウズがあるから大丈夫って伝えて。いいえ、私もついていくわ、あゆみちゃん。どうして？これ以上は危ないわ。今聞いたでしょ。姉が私にした初めてのお願いだもの。できなかったなんて言いたくないし。でも何を言われてもついていくわよ。諦めて。じゃあ メモを残していくわ。
The Nirvana is not nearby. Will you guide us to it? It must be in the main building. Come on. This is that end of chapter music. It threw me off. I have the Book of Shadows and Naho's hairpin. Naho's soul dwells within it. A lot of things are. Ah! Get out of here. Ah! Why are there so many of you? I guess I had a talisman? Maybe I just picked one. I'll bite me. We're good, we're good. In this context, I can appreciate a story that takes itself seriously more often than not. Oh god, I forgot they still chase me. That more often than not takes itself seriously instead of like, it has its moments where it's a little tongue-in-cheek or it... Oh god, that line. Seiko. I'll finish the thought before I completely lose it. I appreciate that this, aside from like the few moments where it can like be a little tongue-in-cheek, largely takes itself seriously, because I tend to enjoy that, yeah, wait till you jump, until you step on something, yeah. I enjoy stories more when they take themselves a bit more seriously, I think. At least in this kind of vein. No one was there. But farther back in the hall, I heard the sound of someone running. Evil Dead or this?
どうしたの、あゆみちゃん。今、友達の声が。
I feel like it would lose a lot of its, not charm, but a lot of its essence if it was...
Naomi-san.
Oh god, if it didn't take itself seriously. Why are you standing on that? Why do you keep standing on awful things in cutscenes? Uh-oh. In the hallway nearby, I could hear the sound of footsteps accompanied by a strange snapping noise. Oh no.
残留思念。そうだわ。日の絵お姉ちゃんから聞いたことがある。よほど強い恨みか霊能力がなければ基本的に霊は喋れないって。だから無意識にその場に染み込んだ過去を懐かしそうに再生するだけ。篠原さん、そこにいるの？
I've got to play those still. I felt the tear stream down my cheek. But that was my only answer. The repeating sound of the footsteps, unchanged from before, somehow seemed like an answer. And for whatever reason, I found it oddly comforting, like she was my guardian angel. I very strongly felt a presence right behind me. Sickle. I quickly turned heel to catch sight of whoever it may have been, but unsurprisingly no one was there.
あゆみちゃん、何かがついてきてる。レイ。でも嫌な気持ちがしない。行きましょう。
Yeah, I'm waiting for Panface to show up. I think she's in the dungeons with Satoshi and the rest. However, yes, I actually started Dangan 1 on stream, and then I just didn't go back to it because life happened. What? I just picked that up. Oh, some of these doors still work. That can't be good. Oh, right, this thing.
篠原さん、篠原さん、いるんでしょ？何か話したいことはある？
How is Naomi?
現世のことはわからないの？
I cannot see from here.
そうなんだ。中島さんはあなたのこといつも思ってるよ。
I am glad. Tell Naomi I am happy and will move on.
でもこの校舎からは。
It is a lie, but tell her anyway. Everybody needs a Seiko in their life. The living need to move on. Need to move on more. Seiko.
篠原さん。
Same for you. Ayumi. Please take care.
あゆみちゃん。
Seiko doesn't seem to be present anymore. Yes, that was Seiko. Let Mochida and the others take care of Yuka. Alright. So this whole area was Seiko's farewell here. So we're up on the second floor now, right? I'm not 100% sure what all we're looking for. Marutuba's tomb researcher Kato Maki. Unknown. Large hole found in abdomen. That person was just recently killed in here. Music is really good in this game. Is there nothing in here at all? Why is this room still open then? Something behind the cabinet and it seems restless. Ugh. That's the same thing we've read since the first game. Not 100% sure where we're going. I have a few guesses. Oh, the darkening statue. Oh, we're fine. Marutuba's tomb researcher Hakusen Dina. Unknown. Large chunk missing from left breast to arm. Seeming to be eaten by wild beast or beasts. Shit. Yeah, we're fine. I'm gonna save that for later in case we need it. This room. Oh. Are we hearing the past that led to the Book of Shadows? Two voices. One was an angry, judgmental male voice, while the other was female. Unfortunately, the only entrances to this room were all sealed shut. The doors were affixed to the wall like models. They showed no indication that they were ever meant to be open. I did literally just save. Oh, I can't go in there anyway. I was like in Book of Shadows, the door open. Oh, shit. They're in like old like villager clothing as if they were from like the Salem witch trial era. There were 3 corpses in this room, all hanged. The left corpse seems to have been dead for quite some time, as it had begun rotting. The middle corpse seemed to have just died, and the one on the right was already a skeleton. Oh. Not to me personally, but Pan face is also an acceptable stand-in, should you choose to. It might be offensive to somebody. Beneath the 3 unfortunate souls, something had been scratched onto the floor. 23091405. No BLELOT. I have to scramble those numbers, right? Some kind of cipher, perhaps. <sighs> 23091405. Okay. No, that's not quite it, because 9 and 4 would both be L in that case, and I don't think that's the truth. I'm gonna write that in chat so I don't forget it. Just in case I need to remember that. Oh, my line break didn't work, but whatever. The skeletal corpse here. The noose seems somewhat frayed. With the right tool, the body could probably be dropped to the ground fairly easily. Do I want to do that? The axe cut through the rope handily, but was too rusted to do much more. It more or less fell apart as soon as the body dropped, rendering it unsuitable for further tasks. Did I mess that up? Or perhaps there's more axes for me to find. Clearly I'm supposed to do something with it. Yes, I've been trying to do this the whole game. Thank you. I think we're gonna go save and do it. So I'm relatively certain I need to find more axes and cut down the rest. In case I didn't mean to do that, to use that axe like that though, I'm gonna save not next to it. Let's go in the hole in the wall. I've been wanting to do that the whole damn game. I slowly squeezed my way forward, wedging myself in a gap beneath the floorboards of the room next door. The room from which I'd heard the voice of this unfortunate-sounding woman. I made it. I was underneath the room, and as far as I could tell, I'd managed to slip in undetected. There was a light on inside, which had made it easier to get my bearings. And there was a fairly sizable hole in the floor above me, making it easy to observe what was going on, albeit from a less than ideal vantage point.
Kami-yo! この者に降臨され、地獄の豪華をもって、この娘の汚れし魂を浄化させたまえ。
おお、主のご意志が私をお守りくださる。
Excuse me.
手先を打ち倒します。何者か。
Idiot.
こちらから声が。
You know what, Amanda? That's actually a really great point, and you are probably spot on right. I instantly regretted having raised my voice. The villagers were now staring directly at me. Yeah, there's a ton going on here, Lexi.
神父様、ここにいます。けだものの手先が。
We have the Book of Shadows. Let's eat them.
引きずり出せ。
出します。
出すんだ。
離して。
姑息なやつめ。
悪魔の手先だ。魔女の証があるはずだ。
天国の父よ、全能なる神よ、非常なる魂に憐れみを。主よ、この者を打ち据える一振りの剣をお与えください。
何なの。
ありました。この者の首に。
The villager pointed at the scar left behind from the incident at Shinozaki Yoshi's estate.
主の名のもとに滅ぼしなさい。アーメン。
The villager was now on top of me, brandishing a silver knife. He was forcefully thrusting it toward my face, absolutely determined to make contact. I blocked its advance with my hand, but he kept driving it at me full force, over and over again.
Amen!
Each time he swung down, the knife pierced my hand completely, and a fresh wave of excruciating pain shot through my entire body. My entire existence was pain at this point. My mind went blank and my voice trembled. Each stab made it exponentially harder for me to put the necessary strength into my arms to continue shielding my head. And when that strength inevitably gave out, the knife finally struck its intended target, the scar on my neck. The blade was then traced over the scar slowly and methodically. Yeah, definitely bad end here. My ears were filled with the sounds of flesh being torn and blood spraying haphazardly, echoing both from within my body and outside. Alright, well, at least I know what was on the other side of that wall that I've been wanting to crawl through for the whole game. Alright, so now we're back. Let's move on. I think I'm looking for axes. What the hell? It's so, like, backwards now. It loops in on itself so strangely. Huh? Where are we? You're in Shinozaki Makina's apartment. Yep, Shinozaki Makina's room. What? But we were just in the school. The Nirvana is a melting pot for the thoughts and feelings of many different kinds of people. And when the connections among closed spaces get twisted, these sorts of things do happen. But simply, you can think of it as a kind of spirit barrier. I feel like I'm losing my mind. I gotta admit, I did not expect this. Ugh. The photograph just laughed. And the dead bird's still there. This is where we first saw Sachi, I think, isn't it? Human hair on the shelf. Hinata High, Class 2-5, Kobayashi Daisuke. Stomach splayed open and body stabbed repeatedly by living anatomical model. Well, well, Kizami strikes again. Ooh, there's a candle in here? There's something drawn on the blackboard. It's a picture of the 3 hanged corpses. From left to right, they appear to be a king, a soldier, and a commoner. How in the hell did I wind up here? Am I in the other instance of that room? Found my axe, though. Peer through. Whoa! Hi! Oh, that one was good. I liked that. It is ahead. So we can't open it until...
鍵がかかってて開かない。あゆみちゃん、この記号って。
Is that what's keeping this door closed? I'm afraid so. Let's search elsewhere and see if we can find some way to remove it. Picture of 3 hanged corpses. From left to right, they appear to be a king, a soldier, and a commoner. Oh! Everything is literally falling apart. But this takes me back where it's supposed to. This doesn't. Oh, that's right. I knew that. Wild. Okay, hang on. What's on this side? We haven't gone this way yet. The world you know is gone. Another one of these blue spirits here. Iriel International Junior High Class 2D, Nishizaki Hitomi. Suffered fatigue and starvation, but was consumed by the nirvana before proper death could occur. The blue light has vanished. There's no axe in here. There was another blue light spirit, though, which leads me to believe we have more to do over in the second wing. Nozaki Makina. Where couldn't we go last time? Oh, that's right. I wanted them to find Misto and they didn't. Ayami's darkening a little bit. We're gonna be Eichel for a little bit. That was mostly to heal. I assume we still can't go down here? Well, if that's not where the core is, because the Book of Shadows was telling me it was through that door back there. That I have to break the seal on by finding another axe. And, oh, perhaps I have to use the axe before they spawn. That might be it, and that might be stupid, if that's the answer. Alright, Aiko, I'm wearing you out a little bit. Sorry. Why can't I just go through right here? So, alright, I'll check the other side of the first floor, and if there's nothing there, then I'm going to go back and use my axe and operate under the assumption that it didn't spawn until I'd already used the second one. We still got a long way before Magari and whatever that monster was that we thought was Satsuki ate him. This was another blue spirit. Okay. I'm gonna go back and use the axe that I found. And I know how to get there pretty quickly, actually. Rendering it unsuitable. The sound of a lock releasing echoed from somewhere in the distance. Was it next door, or was it the secret door that we found before? Oh, the frame rate's like freaking out again. I hate it when it does that. Smooth out, damn you. Okay, here's something I don't think I did. I didn't go down this way, I don't think. I didn't even try that time. Oh. Well, look at this. Oh, shit. That one was blue. Did you see that? I wonder if that was one of those blue spirits we had to exercise or something. Classroom 1A? That seems like an odd path to take. We also haven't gone up here yet. Alright, so we can't go up there. Fine. Well, I'm going to operate under the assumption that either the lock was this one, I stand corrected, by the way. There's no point in keeping that save because I was supposed to find more axes. We're fine. So that wasn't the door. It was the secret door that the Book of Shadows told us to go through. So why don't we go check it out? It's this door, right? Yes. Oh, the face is still over there. It is ahead.
行きましょう。ええ。内田君たち、ゆかちゃん助けられたかな。なんて匂い。
この学校へ来た時とはかなり違うな。
思い出すのも嫌だけど。
That's right. Nami hasn't gotten to play a lot. Morituba tomb researcher Hisano Osamu. Unknown. Everything for the abdomen down is missing. Hinagaoka Girls High Class 3-3 Kisaragi Maiko. Bled out from stab wound in the abdominal region. Ilagawa University High Class 1C Tohara Miya endured septic shock. Whoa.
扉だ。
Just a person we found.
気をつけて。
What of? Takemori Trade School 3A Saito Joichiro succumbed to shock and bled out quickly following complete bisection. And Hinata High Class 2-7 Asano Metaku bled out from removal of eyes via knife. Oh, yeah, this looks familiar. Way creepier in this version, though. Beyond the red door, we found ourselves in a large open space. The smell of blood and antiseptic immediately struck our noses with incredible force, so thick that it almost felt like we were stepping into a viscous liquid environment. I think it's just to indicate that they died very recently. This certainly wasn't the underground bomb shelter we were expecting. Rather, it was more or less a torture chamber, a labyrinth of terrifying pain devices and prison cells. Stacy. The walls were spotted liberally with dark blood stains, and the general feel of the room was absolutely horrific in every conceivable way. It's a corpse party. Jesus, that one just kept going.
残念だよ。魔女の印だ。
Oh, I hated that. That was right in my ear. This guy again. Sounds of deep, all-encompassing sorrow and rage echoed from every corner of the massive space. Some of the screams and moans of sadistic pleasure seemed to be coming from right next to us, though the room was quite dark and there were no visible presences around us. It really did sound like people were being tortured right where we stood, though. Just crossing the threshold into the room was mentally taxing beyond anything I'd ever experienced before. It was downright painful, in fact, instantly bringing tears to my eyes.
Yuka-chan! 今助けに行くよ！なんなのここ。
I believe because that's when the Book of Shadows was created, and this Nirvana has been created based on the core of the Book of Shadows. So its inception has basically been given reality, like life and reality here.
わからないが、そこら中にあるのはおそらく中世の拷問器具だ。こんなところにユカがいるのか。くそ。ユカ！返事をしろ！ユカ！ユカちゃん！
From the darkness came the sound of a metal wheel or gear turning. Satoshi shone his light in the general direction from which the sound seemed to originate. But the only thing there was a rack, as in the torture device designed to stretch and tear a person's body. It was a highly disturbing sight, but fortunately no one was tied to it. We all let out a collective sigh of relief. Who's narrating right now? It's not Satoshi. Is it Naomi? Yes, it's written mostly in French. Despite being empty, however, the torture implement began spinning in place. Blood was flying everywhere.
大丈夫？みんな。
なんだよこれ。
この匂い、もしかして血？くそ！ここに長くいたら危険だわ。急ごう。
はい。
Alright, how's everybody doing? Darkening wise, we're all fine. Good. Gauge is affixed to its surrounding like a model. Oh! Mototuba's tomb researcher, Hoshikawa Sakuya, tortured and decapitated. Mototuba's tomb researcher, Kaga Akiko, tortured and decapitated. And Marutuba's tomb researcher, Otsuki Yoshitaka, tortured and decapitated. I think you die. I think it's like game over. Oh. Timing? Geiryou International Junior High Faculty, Torio Hitotake, disemboweled by someone. The noise stopped. Oh, the noise is back. I gotta admit, I didn't expect, like, timing puzzles out of this. Oh, goody. What? That's so hard to see from that angle. That was instantaneous, too. Oh, if I already get him, it doesn't game over make me do him again. Okay. Is there anything to bother going on that side? No, nothing at all. Yikes, there's a dude that got slashed right in half. What? Fuck. Shit. Alright, alright, alright. There's a name tag, clearly. I just don't know where the hell it is. Nah, it must be his goddamn head. Oh, the dark crystal. What the hell's that gonna do? Nope. Okay, apparently not. Alright. Oh. Hi. Light crystal. There's a lot going on here. Huh? Oh, that shit teleports me? Okay. I thought I could, like, pull that essence into my light crystal or something. What is this thing? Tashiro High, Class 3-2. Tsurutani Ikumi. Succumbed to shock, and its entire face above lower lip was hacked to bits. Oh, that sounds an awful lot like what happened to Tokiko. Oh. Probably I actually do need these crystals. I wish I didn't get pushed when I opened it. Nijima Academy High, Class 3-1. Tsutsui Takeshi. Starved during endless search for broadcast room. Reason for search unknown. Oh, you're coming. Alright, well. Just gonna have to banish you. The Den Key. Oh. Where's Yosuke?
Yuka! いないのかよしき、後ろは大丈夫かやめろよしきやめてくれおい、よしき
Oh, shit.
どうしたのサトシ。
殺してやるよしきがいない
Well, I don't like this.
よしきどこだ返事をしてくれ
キシヌマ、返事をして。キシヌマくん。ない。どこに行ったの？こんなところではぐれたら。私、どうしよう。
とにかく一度戻ってみよう。もうやめて。
Did her hair just freak out? Did you see that?
よしきくそ、どこに行ったんだ。
Did walking into that mist get me a bad end? Because now Coolon's gone too.
岸沼、こんな時にふざけたら怒るから、さっさと出てきなさいよ。
We listened for a response, but heard absolutely nothing, save for a heavy pulsating sound that echoed through our heads like ringing after a loud concert.
ナミ、大丈夫か。
服掴んでていい？
話すなよ。
先生も。先生？やだ！先生！ゴーン先生！
どうしたナオミ。
いないの先生！さっきまでここにいたのに。
なんだって。
And then suddenly, sounded like it came left from the left.
よしき、よしきどこだ。
サトシ！
あっちか。
反響してよくわかんない。
俺にはあっちから聞こえた。行こう。ナオミ、手を離すなよ。よしき！
Oh, this is a bad ending for sure. I haven't played in too long. Kishinuma's screams of pain sporadically punctuated the silence.
あの扉、今開いたよな。
An uneasy feeling ran through me, manifesting itself as a shudder. Satoshi and I... Oh, we're Naomi right now. Okay. Satoshi and I cautiously entered the cell, though we both remained close to the threshold. From there he shone his light inside. It was a tiny cell with red runic letters written all over the wall. And standing all the way in the back was Kulon-sensei. With wide, frightful eyes, she was staring directly at us.
先生！
Satoshi lost his footing, nearly toppling over. The floor was extremely slippery. Took me a second, but I soon realized what he was reacting to. Kulon-sensei wasn't watching us. She wasn't seeing anything anymore. Her body wasn't standing under its own weight, but rather impaled in place with 4 wooden spears. She was gone. The substance Satoshi had slipped on was the blood pooling on the ground from her now lifeless body.
なんだよ、なんだよこれ。あっ！
I turned around to see Yoshiki, dead as well, his throat sliced and his tongue ripped out. I looked down. I was still holding Satoshi's hand, but that was all that remained of him. The rest of his body was gone. I dropped Satoshi's hand and ran out of the cell in a panic. Without his flashlight, the only thing I could see was a distant light. My voice was trembling, my feet unstable, my mind a blank. All I could do was run. That was the only thing left for me. The source of the light was a solitary bulb in another small cell. That doesn't make this game bad, though, just because another game is good. I think a lot of the interest of this game is seeing the different wrong endings that you can get and the way the characters' fates can be different just based on a single decision. You're also not really invested, so it wouldn't, oh no, affect you as much as somebody who was. Oh, Naomi. Oh, bye-bye. Bye. Immediately upon entering, however, I found myself caught in a bear trap. It closed on my ankle, which triggered a cord that pulled me into the air, hanging me upside down from my now critically injured leg. Oh, bye, Naomi. The feeling was excruciating as my entire body weight was pulling the steel blades deeper and deeper into my ankle. Ooh. I kept moaning and screaming as I swung there, hoping to capture someone's attention, but no one came, and there seemed to be no easy way to free myself. I needed to conserve my energy, to save my screams for when I knew they'd be heard. Or at least that's what the little part of my mind that was still functioning kept telling me. Through all the internal anguish and searing trauma. But no one was coming, that much was certain. I had to do something to escape from this agony. Oh boy. Though it went against every instinct in my body, I bit my lip and forcefully contorted myself in a last-ditch attempt to reach my ankle. Ugh. Unfortunately, my hand just wouldn't reach. And on top of that, I could hear and very much feel cracking as my ankle bent under the force of the steel jaws. I lost the willpower to maintain such a painful posture. My body fell back into an upside-down vertical position, and the force of the sudden fall caused me to start swinging more. Jesus, the steel blades were merciless. Tears were flowing from my eyes, drool from my mouth, and blood from my ankle. My head was going blank under the intense pain. And the worst part was, there was absolutely nothing I could do. I was completely and utterly helpless. As I screamed, I saw people who looked like medieval villagers surround me. They were looking straight ahead as though they were intentionally averting their eyes to my suffering. The expressions on their faces were somehow very off. What I was seeing was like another worldly vision. It was neither heavenly host nor the world I knew. I had absolutely no idea where I was anymore, nor what was happening to me. Oh, shit! In the next moment, a violent crashing sound echoed through my brain, and my field of vision began to shake and turn upside down as I lapsed into unconsciousness. I couldn't make out exactly what it was, but something like a crowbar came at me with tremendous force. Every bone in my body vibrated, and I could feel some of them grinding together under the sudden impact. It was not pleasant. Well, it is. That's kind of the through line of the whole series. The vibration only lasted a moment, however. But the ground was now approaching, and fast. With a thud, my vision spun. I could see the feet of the villagers surrounding me on all sides, along with my own lifeless, limp arm draped across the ground. This was immediately followed by blood pouring down from pouring down before my eyes like a waterfall, and then nothing. That was quite an involved wrong end. But hell, we got a whole, Chapter 5 wrong end in that first playthrough. I don't see it as being punished for making a bad decision, by the way. I think it's because you could just skip it. Like, if you don't want to see the wrong ends, you can just hold down this button right here and fast forward the whole thing, and then you're back in the game in, less than 30 seconds, probably. That scene might have been more like a minute of fast forwarding, but still. Corpse Party's always been a series that's graphic, as it's overly graphic as its kind of its interest factor. Like the way it describes things, you don't really see a whole ton. The most we've seen in this game, we've seen it twice now, was Kulin Sensei's head and Aiko's head just fucking blowing up. But otherwise, you don't really see a lot, given the art style, and that's probably a conscious choice. A lot of it is in the way it's worded or described, and most of the series has always been about painting a horrifying picture in your head. This is a horror game not in the sense of jump scares and, like, gotcha moments, but to actually horrify it feels and seems. Which this game has done a very good job of, I think. And a lot of the descriptions in the first two games do as well. God, whichever one in the first... Oh, it was in the first game we were talking about Yuki losing her eye. And the second game when what's-her-face? Yuka fell into the body pool. Ugh, those are just some highlights of moments that are so gross and terrifying and horrifying. The way they're described just make you feel gross. But that's the effect that the game has always kind of gone for. That said, it is 2 a.m. I think it's time to call it a night. We got a fairly drawn-out bad ending there, but we're also in the middle of Chapter 9 somewhere. Might be close-ish towards the end of it. We really only have the rest of 9 and then Chapter 10 of the story left. And if we finish that out... so here's the deal. No stream tomorrow, because I am busy tomorrow night. I am at or we're playing a gig for a student's party. No, but I still think that's the draw that the game has, is the different... Again, they don't have to, though. Like, if you were playing this, you could just fast forward them. I let them play out because we're all here to just kind of experience the game together. But to each their own, anyway. Yeah, it is 4 a.m., Stacy. That is... Yikes, that's so late. But y'all work nights anyway, so you're up this late. So to finish the thought, no stream tomorrow because I am busy tomorrow night. We're playing a gig for a student's party. Okay, I say that. It might depend on when I get home. If it's not too late, if it's like, if I'm home by like 9:30, 10 o'clock, we might do a stream tomorrow night. I'm real curious what happens for the rest of this game. That said, check the Discord tomorrow. I will post for sure as it becomes more apparent what my schedule's looking like tomorrow, if there is going to be a stream or not. It's a coin flip right now. 50-50. Might not be a stream tomorrow. Might be one. If there is one tomorrow, it's going to be another late one because Monday is off. Monday's an off day from the school I work at, so I have no obligation to get up early Monday morning either. So if we do a stream tomorrow night, we'll probably go till about this time again. However, if there is no stream tomorrow, and regardless of if there is one or not, there will 100% be a stream on Monday night, and either we'll finish this game off, or if we finish the story already, then we'll probably do some EX chapters. Either way, it does look like we're actually going to be finishing this game well in time for the release of Pokemon Sword and Shield on Thursday night. So, check out the Discord tomorrow for whether we're doing a stream tomorrow evening. It'll be a little bit later, or if the next stream is on Monday. Either way, sometime in the next 48 hours, we are finishing this game, and it's going to be quite the trip, I think. So, come back next time for the story finale, very likely, of Corpse Party Blood Drive. I think I'm just going to go ahead and call it a night here, Teenbo, rather than send everybody somewhere else, because I always feel obligated to kind of stay around. If y'all want to go somewhere else, you're totally welcome to. I'm exhausted though. I imagine Lexi and Stacy, you two are crashing out a little bit for it's 4 a.m. And whoever my fourth viewer is, I'm not sure. It might be Amanda. And if it is you, welcome to the night party. But I'm gonna go ahead and just call it a night here. So we'll reconvene either tomorrow evening a little later, 9:30, 10 o'clock Pacific time, potentially, or Monday for sure. So check the Discord tomorrow for more information on whether or not there is actually a stream. I'll post either way, whether there is or if there isn't. And yeah, we will be back tomorrow or Monday with more Corpse Party Blood Drive, potentially the finale of Corpse Party Blood Drive. So until then, thank you all for watching tonight. This has been quite the journey. I am so curious how this game ends. It has just been a whirlwind of what the hell is going on this whole time, and it's been delightful. So, to that end, everybody have a wonderful night. Sleep well when you do. I am excited for the same, Amanda. Good night to you as well, Stacy. Thank you, Amanda. You have a wonderful day tomorrow, too, with family and everybody that you're seeing this weekend and everything you're up to. I will see everybody again either tomorrow or Monday night. Have a wonderful evening, everybody. I'll see you next time. Bye.